Mic check, sound. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. One, one, one. Mic check. Mic check. Rolling. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary for the International Short-Term Training Program, ISTTP 1, with a chosen topic on recent advances in environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation, a 7 day training program scheduled to be held from 22nd to 28th March 2022, signing in from the campus of Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, which is popularly known as RRC. On the behalf of our patron and principal, and from the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the 6th day of ISTTP 1. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from your creator, another golden opportunity to complete what you are unable to finish yesterday. Be a self starter. Let your first hour set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to echo through your entire day. Today will never happen again. Don't waste it with a false start or no start at all. You were not born to fail. आप सभी का इंटरनेशनल शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के छठे दिन बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हैं, वे वेदों की जननी हैं। माँ सरस्वती को समस्त ज्ञान, साहित्य, संगीत और कला की देवी माना जाता है। माँ सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए हम इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत करते हैं। A small and fast recap from the 5th day of ISTTP 1. Fifth day started with a recap of the 4th day. After that, we have 20th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Mona Taman from Egypt. Dr. Taman is working as Vice Chairman of Future Leaders International Group in Egypt and Kuwait. After that, we have 21st keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. M.L. Mohammad Kaleem Arshan, who is an assistant professor of biotechnology at Islamia College, Tamil Nadu, India. After that, we have 22nd keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Mamta Sharma, Associate Professor, RRC, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. This was then followed by 23rd keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Mohammad Asif Shah, who is working as an Associate Professor of Economics at Kebri, Dehar University, Ethiopia. This was then followed by 24th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta, who is currently working as Associate Professor in CSIR, Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, Kalaro, Jammu, in the Drug Testing Laboratory. The fifth day was then conducted. The fifth day was concluded by free forum and feedback conducted by the organizing secretary of ISTTP 1. Humankind must learn to understand that the life of an animal is no way less precious than our own. There may be days when I can't help an animal in need, but they will come that I will try and try. Wildlife in the world can only be protected with love of compassion hearts in the world. Wildlife management is an interdisciplinary that deals with protecting endangered and threatened species and subspecies and their habitats, as well as the non-threatened agricultural animals and game species. The Wildlife Management Program emphasizes both applied and basic research in wildlife ecology, management, education, and extension. Wildlife management takes into consideration the ecological principles such as carrying capacity of the habitat, preservation and control of habitat, reforestation, predator control, reintroduction of extinct species, capture and reallocation of abundant species, and management of desirable and undesirable species. There are two general types of wildlife management. Manipulative management involves regulating number of animals directly by harvesting or by influencing numbers by altering food supply, habitat, density of predators, etc. Custodial management is preventive or protective and minimizes external influences on the population and its habitat. It is done by setting up national parks where ecological conditions are protected and threatened species are conserved by law. The wildlife management program focuses on the following: predator-prey relationship, urban and suburban wildlife, migratory wildlife species, wildlife-human interactions, and international wildlife. Elements of wildlife management. Management of wildlife depends on certain elements such as public support and awareness to protect wildlife and its habitats, includes public participation, education, nature interpretation centers, and coordinations. Now, forms of wildlife management: habitat restoration and management, harvest, endangered species management, species reintroduction, conservation and preservation, biodiversity conservation in forest ecosystems, protected areas, buffer zones, sustainable wildlife management, fire protection. Now, in the series of environmental pollution disasters, today we are going to talk about the sixth one in the series. Bhopal disaster, chemical leak in 1984 in the city of Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India, the worst industrial accident in the history. On December 3rd, 1984, about 45 tons of dangerous gas methyl isocyanate escaped from an insecticide plant that was owned by the Indian subsidiary of American firm Union Carbide Corporation. The gas drifted over the densely populated neighborhoods around the plant, killing thousands of people immediately and creating a panic as tens of thousands of others attempted to flee Bhopal. The final death toll was estimated to be between 15,000 to 20,000. Some half a million survivors suffered respiratory problems, eye irritation, blindness, and other maladies resulting from the exposure to the toxic gas. Many are awarded compensation of few $100s. Investigations later established that substandard operating and safety procedures at the understaffed plant has led to the catastrophe. In 1998, the former factory site was turned over to the state of Madhya Pradesh. In the early 21st century, more than 400 tons of industrial waste were still present on the site. Despite of continued protests and attempts at litigation, neither the Dow Chemical Company, which bought out the Union Carbide Corporation in 2001, nor the Indian government had properly cleaned the site. Soil and water contamination in the area was blamed for chronic health problems and high instances of birth defects in the of in area's inhabitants. In 2004, the Indian Supreme Court ordered the site to supply clean drinking water to the residents of Bhopal because of the groundwater contamination. In 2010, several former executives of Union Carbide, India subsidiary, all Indian citizens, were convicted by Bhopal court for negligence in the disaster. The Bhopal gas tragedy, which killed thousands of people, is among the world's major industrial accidents of the 20th century, according to the United Nations report. The survivors continue to suffer from many diseases, including cancer, tumors, lung problems caused by the inhalation of poisonous gas 35 years ago. So I leave you with a question that do we really need this kind of situations where we are polluting the environment and killing ourselves slowly? Do write to me about your views to me at envtoxicol@gmail.com or at my domain drmamta@envtoxicology.com. I would love to start a dialogue with you all. Only a way forward if we are going to improve the quality of the environment is to get everybody involved. Water and air, the two essential fluids on which all life depends, have become global garbage cans. Imagine what I'm stating. What we are doing to our basic needs. So it's now time for our 25th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Pragnesh Parmar. Dr. Parmar is an additional professor and head of the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagar, Hyderabad. He has a rich teaching experience of 14 years. He has completed his FAI, MER, and advanced course in ME successfully. Dr. Parmar secured first rank in MD in forensic medicine and second rank in PGDHL, which is applaudable. He is a lifetime member of IAFM, IST, PAFM, AT, AHPE, AHA, INPAFO, KAMLS. He is an editorial board members of various reputed journals of forensic medicine. He has 79 publications at his credit with an H index of 11 and I-10 index of 2. That's interesting. Dr. Parma is faculty in charge of finance and also the chairperson of Official Language Committee at AIMS PV Nagar. He is a wonderful doctor who is loved among his students and casts an impression on everyone he meets and also carries a keen interest in research in academia. With a lot of gratitude and respect, I welcome Dr. Parman and request him to start with the 25th keynote address. Dr. Parman, the stage is all yours.
Namaskar. Thank you, Dr. Mumta, for nice introduction. Can you hear me, all the participants?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
And we can see you as well.
Let me share my screen so that I can start my presentation.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Yes. Actually, I'm not able to share my screen. It is coming like that. You can't share your screen.
Sir, can you see the arrow at the bottom of your screen?
Yes, yes, yes. I know that. Once I press that, it is coming like that. Your entire screen or a window. Two options are coming.
Yeah, so you
And
have to click on your entire screen.
yeah, but then it is coming. You must grant permission in order to share your screen.
Yes, sir,
Can't
that
share your
means in
screen.
your settings, in your Chrome settings, you have to allow permission for the sharing of the screen.
Where is that setting actually?
Sir, in the three dots on the top bar, you see three dots on the top bar. And then in that, you have to grant permission, like we grant permission for camera, microphone to our
Yes,
PC.
yes, yes.
Just like that, you have to grant permission for this also.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Is the slideshow more is visible?
Sir,
Is it in slideshow or
sir, currently we can see your screen, not the slides. They're not
okay?
opened. We can see your screen though.
I already opened my slides.
Sir, on the kindly go to that window, sir, of the slides. Sir, reselect those slides because they're not open. Just the window is seen, like in which the slides are present.
Okay, let me.
So, so you can just yeah, you can just close the window and reopen the slides. You can right click and click open. Otherwise, you can send it to us also, and we will play it for you.
Yeah, actually, it is not coming anything. Basic the even stop presenting also option I am clicking, but it is not coming. I think it is hang.
Then you can mail it to us, and we will present it for you. So no worries about that.
Okay, let me do that.
Yes, sir. We can see your screen again.
Now it's visible my PowerPoint.
So you have to click on the PPT option at the bottom. Only then we'll be able to see. Currently, we can see your Google Meet window. You have to open the PPT. Then you will be able to see the PPT. We will be also able to see the PPT, but you can't open your Google Meet screen at that time. Just
But
click on the bottom PPT button, and then we can see it. At the bottom, yeah. On the status bar at the bottom.
yeah, is it visible now? I already click.
No, sir, it's not. We can see your Google Meet screen, but nothing else.
Yeah, that is some issue in this. Now it's visible.
No, sir. Yes, sir, we can see your presentation. Yes, sir, it's there. It's there.
Now it's visible or stop?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it's visible. And you can begin the slideshow so that your slides will also move accordingly.
Okay, now it's visible.
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Mamta and the ISTTP team, entire organizing team, for giving me this opportunity to present my view on the topic of laws related to environmental protection, particularly in relation to hospital-induced environmental toxicity. As we all know, hospital is also one of the source by which environment is polluted, either it is air, water, or soil. Because hospital is also generating various types of organisms, solid, liquid, gaseous waste, and they are also producing it in the environment. And which are the laws framed in the India to protect the environment, and then how hospital has to comply such laws. That is the my topic that I will try to touch upon in this session. So first, let me tell you regarding something my institute. My institute is All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which is an institute of national importance under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The AIMS Bibinagar is situated in the Telangana. It is 65 kilometers from the Hyderabad airport and 35 kilometers from the Sikandarabad railway station. It is one of the premier institute in the healthcare in the Telangana. Now, the specific learning objectives of this session is I will just touch upon various act and rules which are related to the environmental protection and how the hospital has to comply such rule to avoid the hospital induced toxicity. Though the one is the Environment Protection Act in 1986, it was framed, then Environment Protection Rules 1986. So both the rules hospital has to comply. We will just see quick what are the rules are saying. Then Biomedical Waste Management Rules 2016, in which also hospital has to see how the solid liquid gases waste will be generated, segregated, everything. Then radiation protection, disposal of radioactive waste, because many of the time few hospitals are generating radioactive waste. Then environmentally sound management of mercury waste in healthcare facilities rule 2008. Environment friendly e-waste management also, because nowadays all the institute are generating e-waste also. Then Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974 and the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981. As well as I will briefly touch upon the noise induced hearing loss, which is one of the common occupational health hazards. So all these things we will just touch upon and see how the hospital has to comply. So first thing, let's see environmental toxicity and what is the role of hospital. As you can see in the pictures, many of the time biomedical waste
Sir,
are lying
sir,
down.
sorry to interrupt you, sir. Are you moving your slides?
Yes.
Sir, they're not moving for us.
Oh,
It's
then
on the
why?
first slide only. Sir, from on the top bar, you can see from beginning. You can begin the slideshow from there.
Yes, I already started a slideshow and it is moving in my end.
But it's not moving for us, sir.
You
We
can
can
see
just,
now. I stopped the slideshow.
sir, we can just see the first slide that was displayed, but otherwise no other slide.
That is in slideshow mode or without slideshow.
Sir, it is without the slideshow mode.
Now
No, sir.
I started my slideshow.
No, sir. We can still see it in without the slideshow mode.
So I think there is some issues.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, let me reshare again if it is possible. Now can you see the PowerPoint?
No, sir. Your screen is not presenting right now, sir.
Now
No, sir. No, yes, sir, it's coming now. Yes, it's there. Yes, it's there.
yeah, the first slide is there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now
Yes, sir, it's moving. Yes, sir, it's moving.
yeah, okay, then it's fine. Then it's fine. So this is the specific learning objectives that we have discussed. Now one by one we will touch upon all these aspects briefly and how the hospital will comply all these aspects. So let's first see the environmental toxicity in hospital. As you can see in these pictures, many of the time we can see the biomedical waste or biomedical hazards are lying outside on the soil or sometime behind just outside the dustbin, and there is no proper management. Either it is in hospital or sometime in the home also. It is not like that only in the hospital. In home also, many of the time we are generating biomedical waste. Like suppose the females who are in menstruation, how they are disposing their sanitary pads. There is no such guideline, neither there is any mechanism by the municipality or any other government agency to segregate such type of waste. Or many of the time home-based treatment, like in COVID also, many of the people treated at home. So they are also syringe injection, everything they are just putting in a common waste. So there is no such stringent supervision also by the government by which biomedical waste can be segregated in a proper way. So hospital is usually a reservoir of infected organism and toxin, and hospital must ensure the minimum exposure will occur to the patient who are admitted in the hospital or the OPD patient and the relatives, public, as well as the staff who are working in the hospital. Like either it is doctor, nursing, other healthcare worker, attendant, ward boy. So hospital must ensure that their health is also secure as well as the safety of the public. That's why they have to follow certain rules for environmental protection. Now, if we see the Environmental Protection Act 1986, this act is aimed to provide protection and improvement of environment. That is the basic aim of the act, as the name suggests, Environment Protection Act. Now, if we see certain important section of this act, then section 5 of the act stated that central government has power to close, prohibit, or regulate any industry to protect the environment. If the government feels that certain industries polluting the environment, they can stop. They have power. They can stop or regulate the supply of electricity as well as the water to the industry. In such way, they have full power to regulate the industry to protect the environment. As per the section 6 of this act, central government can make rules to preserve the quality of air, water, and soil. They can justify the maximum allowable limit of various environmental pollutants which can be released by a factory, either it is solid, liquid, or gas, where they have to release. What is the maximum allowable limit, which is they can do that. They can provide various procedure as well as safeguard for handling of hazardous substance which are generated or used in the factory or industry, so that the public safety is the prime importance, as well as prohibition and restriction of location of industry. If the government feel like that such type of industry cannot be located in a public area, then it cannot be done that. No one will get permission to start such an industry in a densely populated area. So all these are the various sections. In the same way, section 7 says that no person or industry emit any environmental pollutants in excess of permitted limit. They are not allowed. Section 8, no person is permitted to handle hazardous substances without proper procedure and safeguards. So if the person is handling certain hazardous substance, they have to wear proper PPE kit, proper procedure, proper SOP should be there. Section 9 is stating if discharge of environmental pollutants are in excess, then the information must reach to the authorities. If the industry is not giving information to the authorities, then they are liable to pay expenses or damages, as well as punishments are also there. So that is the liability of industry. Section 10 is stating that if the certain persons which are empowered by central government, they have right to enter or inspect the premises of industry, seize any equipment, check the record, register, etc. So whatever information they want to know regarding the industry, the persons have power which is given by the central government. So they can do the inspection. They can see the register of the purchase, how much quantity of hazardous substance has been purchased, or whether they are maintaining record or not. Or if they are not maintaining, violating, they have power to seize the equipments as well as the factory. Section 11 is telling that power to take samples for analysis. So they can go into the factory or industry and they can collect various samples if they have doubt for analysis. So all this power is given via this act to the central government and nominated person. Now suppose person is violating such things, then there is a penalty contravention of provisions of the act. There is an imprisonment of 5 years and fine up to 1 lakh rupees. And if the person is or factory owner is continue such things, then there is additional fine of 5,000. Even after notice, if the person is not stopping such pollutant activity, then fine will increase 5,000 per day till he stops. And if contravention continue for more than 1 year, then imprisonment up to 7 years. So government is also very strict regarding this, and that's why this act is came into force. The same way, Environment Protection Rules 1986, as per the Rule 3, certain powers are adopted. Like Rule 3 is just governing the standards of emission of environmental pollutants. They have make various schedules, schedule 1, 2, 3, 4. We will not go in detail of such schedule, but as per that, there are certain standards and norms for emission of environmental pollutants from industry. Rule 4 is telling that government may issue direction for stoppage of electricity and water for prevention. So this is laid down in the Rule 4. Rule 5, emphasis on prohibition or restriction of location of industry. Rule 6, describe the procedure for taking various samples. And Rule 13, describe the prohibition and restriction on the handling of hazardous substances. So all these are laid down rules. So no one can argue because it is right down in the act as well as the rules. And the owner has to follow. Now, what is the role of hospital in this act? Because hospital is also generating certain waste and everything and polluting the environment. Now, we can see hospital means not only hospital. It covers everything. Either it is a small clinic, or there is a big nursing home, or there is a multi-speciality hospital, or diagnostic center, or pathology laboratory. All these has to maintain the environment. They cannot pollute the environment. And all these setups are generating solid, liquid, chemical waste as well as microbial toxin, pollutants. So all these they are releasing in small or large quantity. and they have to neutralize such substance before releasing in the environment. All this setup must follow the biomedical waste management rules 1986, by which they have to manage the biomedical waste. Any liquid waste, they have to neutralize it. They have to treat it via effluent treatment plant or sewage treatment plant, and then they can release into the common water body. So certain plant they have to establish in the hospital campus. If there is a big hospital campus, always they have effluent or sewage treatment plant. They will treat the water and then it will release. Most of the time, hospitals are giving tenders to some agencies who are maintaining the centralized waste disposal arrangement. And the hospital also has to submit the category-wise annual report regarding their biomedical waste management. Because all these things are very important. If the hospital is not compliant, then their license will be removed. So all these things they are following. Now let's see the biomedical waste management rule 2016. Now biomedical waste means any waste generated during diagnosis, treatment, immunization, research activity, health care, etc. So everything is covered. It is not like that only diagnosis and treatment. Either it is immunization, research done by hospital, any camp organized by the hospital in the hospital premises or outside the hospital premises. The act is these rules, biomedical waste management rules, deals with collection of the waste, segregation of the waste, either it is solid, liquid, sharp, like that they have to segregate, then process it, treatment and dispose in the environmentally sound system. So this is very important. So all the steps are very important. So most of the time the hospital people are giving training to their ward boy, nursing people, how to collect the waste, how to segregate it in the different color dustbin. Then the entire waste will be handed over to the tendering private agencies. They will manage the processing, treatment, disposal. Because by open tender, they will give either government setup, private setup, like this. They are maintaining via private agencies. Now, hospitals, nursing homes, and definitely these agencies are charging also, depending upon the amount of the waste they are charging, and hospital has to pay. Now, these biomedical waste management rules cover all type of setups. It is not like only allopathic setup or nursing home or dispensary. They are also covering animal houses, pathological laboratory, Ayush hospital also. Either there is Ayurvedic, Unani, Siddha, all these specialty also generating biomedical waste. Vaccination camps, blood donation camps, even forensic laboratories, and any research premises. So all these things are covered under biomedical waste management rules, and they have to comply the guidelines given by the biomedical waste rule. Now, these rules doesn't cover certain substances which are also produced by hospitals some of the times, like radioactive waste. Radioactive waste is covered under Atomic Energy Act 1962 that we will discuss separately. Then certain hazardous chemicals which are covered under Manufacture, Storage and Import of Hazardous Chemical Rules 1989. So these both the act you have to consider when you are dealing with the hazardous chemical. Once it is used, you have to dispose via biomedical waste, but their storage and everything guideline you have to follow this hazardous chemical rule 1989. Solid waste, you have to follow the municipal solid waste management and handling rule 2000. Lead acid battery, if there is used in the hospital, then again you have to follow the batteries management and handling rules of 2001. Hazardous waste, then again you have to follow hazardous waste rule 2008. Hazardous microorganism, like you can see the COVID, how it is spread all over the world. Then here in India, we have to follow the manufacture, use, import, export, and storage of hazardous microorganism, genetically engineered microorganism, or cell rules 1989. If the person is not following such rule, then there is a wide chance that such type of virus or microorganisms can spread to other community. And we have seen this in the COVID, how it occurs. So if we see the hospital is a source of pollution, we can say that by which environment is affected. Healthcare waste is a risk to all and it affects us in all different way. We can see certain disease also, communicable disease spread by the hospital like TB, we can say other disease. Sometimes the liquid generated from the hospital, which is a waste liquid, again released sometime in the public, then it again create problem. Sometimes scavengers, they are also backpackers and animals, they will spread the waste. Infection acquired from the hospital occur to the other person, as well as the air pollution. So all these things as a hospital we have to keep in mind. And whenever the person is handling such waste, they has to follow certain guidelines. Like if the head waste is hazardous, he has to wear proper PPE kit, cape, glass, mask, apron, boots, everything. Color coded bags are there nowadays. You can see in all the setups, you can see the red, green, blue, like these bags by which you have to segregate the waste, don't mix the waste. But most of the time in our home we are not following this, because in home we are not keeping all different types of dustbins or different type of waste baskets, clear. And most of the time in home or other setup they are mixing all these different waste, and then it is difficult to segregate, difficult to process and everything. So that is also one big challenge, because India is a large population country. India is, we can say, not a country, it is a continent, because in our one country there are so many country population is there, we can say like that, because it is second highest number of population. Now second thing, we can focus on radiation. Then certain hospital with nuclear medicine department, they are generating radionuclear waste like radioisotopes or radionuclides. They are generating, and they have to follow the ERB norms. Strictly, they have to follow. Otherwise, permission will not be given. If the hospital has CT scan, MRI machine, all this, then they have to follow the norms. Their team will come visit. They will see the infrastructure. Either proper infrastructure is there, proper protective equipments are there, radiation exposure is minimal standard, the instrument is also following the same. So all these things they will check. And yes, use of PPE kit is must. Like in X-ray, doctors, attendants, they all are wearing lead apron, which reduce the exposure of radiations. And patients and relatives are not allowed in such premises to avoid the radiation exposures. If the accidental spills occur somehow, then it should be managed by radiation safety officer. Their SOPs manual should be designed and how they have to follow. So all these things are very important whenever you are dealing with the radiations. Now, if we see the Atomic Energy Safe Disposal of Radioactive Waste Rule 1987, these rules are for safe storage and disposal of radioactive waste. So again, there is a laid down rules that hospital has to follow. So if we can say the hospital is not easy to handle. There are so many acts, so many rules. Hospital management has to follow. It is not like that just simple knowledge of medicine is enough to run a hospital. No, all these things need to be compliant to run the hospital, because there is a liability towards the environment as well as towards the safety of population. So as per this rule number 3, there is a restriction on disposal of radioactive waste unless authorized. So only authorized person can do the disposal of radioactive waste. Rule number 4 is saying there is a authorization for disposal of waste to institution. Certain institution who are applying for this, they will get the authorization for installation of radioactive equipment. Rule number 15 is saying that special provisions for installation are in hospital and tracer research laboratories. So in hospital, as we can say, CT scan, MRI, CT scan also now so many are there, various size, MRI also, and various tracer research laboratories. All these are permitted under special provision after the inspection, due inspection by the AERB board. Rule number 6 is also emphasis on maintenance of record of waste disposal. So whatever waste is disposed, you have to maintain proper record, because the team can come anytime and ask for the inspection of such record. So you have to maintain it. Now we go further and touch upon other rules. There is an environmentally sound management of mercury waste, which is generated in the hospital facilities. In 2008, this rule was framed. So if we can see in hospital or healthcare facility, there are various mercury-based equipments like thermometer to measure the body temperature. Sphygmomanometer also contain mercury to measure the blood pressure. Esophageal dilators, feeding tube, urinometers, X-ray machine, X-ray films also. Certain chemical processing solutions also contain mercury. Sometimes stress amount present in vaccine, eye drops also. Certain herbal medicine contain mercury. Veterinary chemicals, dental amalgam, various reagents, stain, preservative, fixatives, even thermostat, fluorescent lamps. All these are various products which may be present in the hospitals contain mercury. So if there is a spillage of mercury, breakage of the equipment, something is there, then you have to follow this rule also. So the authority or the person dealing with such equipment must know how to follow the guidelines. So they have to follow the guidelines for safe storage of mercury, protocols for safe handling and disposal, protocol for handling and management of accidental spillage, safe collection, labeling and storage of mercury waste. So all these are very important. Reporting of accidental mercury spills to State Pollution Control Board or Pollution Control Committee also. Post-exposure remedial measures, as well as many of the time if there is excessive exposure. In hospital, it is not like that, excessive exposure. Otherwise, you have to follow the policy of rotation of staff. So there is a long-term chronic mercury poisoning will not occur, or chronic exposure of mercury will not occur. Maintain the stock inventory and record for purchase as well as disposal. Frequent education and training of the staff to handle such things. So all these are very essential things that one has to know. Now let's move upon the another aspect, that is the e-waste management. Nowadays everything is controlled by internet, or we can say certain electronic equipments, and all are using various type of gadgets. And in all the setups, these gadgets are there. Like e-waste means electrical and electronic equipment, either complete equipment or in part which is discarded as a waste. Many of the time we are purchasing so many things like TV every 2 3 years. Now lifespan of TV is also less. So every 2 3 years people are changing. Initially the box TV which are working for 10 years, 15 years, not much issue, and people will also repair and do that. Nowadays LED TV and everything, the panel is very costly. So instead of repairing, people will going for purchase of new TV. So all these thing old TV, they are generating e-waste. So e-waste also contain various chemicals, lead, cadmium, mercury, depending upon the product. Now e-waste cover everything. Either it is your personal computer, laptop, tablets, notebooks, notepad, cell phone, mobile, even printer, cartridge, UPS, typewriters, fax, telephone, every machinery mostly are covering under this. Either refrigerator, washing machine, TV, air condition. Even in hospital, various equipments are there, like heart lung machine, X-ray is there, ultrasonography machine, MRI, ECG, EEG, echocardiography machine. Various lab equipments are there. So whenever it go under scrap, or it is not working properly, or some part got damaged or anything, then we have to also follow this waste management. And such type of management is very poor in India. Not much stringent guideline. People are throwing anywhere, and all these things which need to be controlled, because now the gadgets are increasing. If the mobile is not working, people are throwing in the dustbin like this. If the phone become brick sometime, then also people are throwing. That's why the company has compulsion. Many of the time we see why they are taking old product in exchange and giving new, because there is a liability of the company to minimize such e-waste. That's why they are producing certain scheme by which they will properly dispose that with various guidelines. But most of the time it is still poor in India. Then we can see the basic act that everyone has to follow. That is the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution. Under this act, prevention and control of water pollution is very necessary. An hospital is also producing such type of liquid waste, which is finally entering into the water. This act emphasis on maintenance and restoration of wholesomeness of water, so that everyone will get the proper water, which is not polluted. Either it is human being or other species. Under this act, establishment of board for prevention and control of water pollution. So if we can say every state has one board, they are maintaining this. So hospital also has to comply it. As I told you, hospital must have effluent treatment plan or sewage treatment plant, under which the polluted water is processed and then only released into the treated water. And regular periodic testing of water sample is also necessary, because many of the time hospital is located in certain area, either it is government institute or private institute. They are certain many of the time located in the area where the underground water TDS is very high. Sometimes there is a cancer zone, or sometimes it is a radiation zone. So in such way, they have to be very careful. Whatever the water staff or to the patient, or if there is a medical college, then students are also residing, staff are also residing in the campus. So either they are getting proper water or the water is polluted. So all this thing is very important that they have to follow. Then we go to the next one, is the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981. So air pollutants means any solid, liquid or gaseous substances, including noise. So these include noise also, which are released in the atmosphere. Air pollutants means it is not like that only gas. Even minute particles are also damaging the atmosphere in such a concentration which is injurious to human as well as living creature. Means everything, all the animal, birds, plant, even property, environment, everything is covered under this act. If the air is polluted, then your structure can also damage. There are certain monuments and everything that also get damaged. Property can damage, plants, everything can damage. So the standardized regulation is required. No person without previous consent of state board can establish or operate industrial plant in air pollution control area. There are certain air pollution control area where the density of population is there. So person cannot just go and open the factory there in between the middle of the population. Clear? And damage the health of the population. So all these are the laid down criteria given in such act. Now, if the person is failure to comply various section of this act, an imprisonment is awarded 1 year and 6 months, which can extend up to 6 years with fine. If failure is continued, even after the warning is given, then fine will increase 5,000 per day. If continue for more than 1 year, then imprisonment also increase up to 7 years and fine. If the person is failed to give information under the act, then also imprisonment up to 3 months and fine up to 10,000 rupees. So all these are laid down things written in the act. So if you are running any industry or in the hospital setup or any setup, if anyhow the setup is damaging the air, then you have to follow. You have to read this act first in detail and you have to comply it. We can't say that we are ignorant of this thing because all these things we have to follow if we are dealing with such things. Same with the noise induced hearing loss. It is also occupational hazard. If we see the section 89 of Factories Act 1948, you see the act is so old, 1948 Factories Act. Section 89 is telling noise induced hearing loss is notifiable to the Chief Inspector of Factories. So if the doctor while examination comes to know the person has hearing loss and that is due to the noise of the factory, then it is a notifiable disease and doctor has to inform to Chief Inspector of Factories. So they have to maintain the standard or they have to give certain protective equipment to the staff working in the factory, which will not produce hearing loss. Now, noise, what is noise? Noise is a loudness of sound in excess of the limit of human tolerance. So anything which is above the human tolerance, we can say it is a noise. The human cannot tolerate it. Or in long term, it will damage your hearing capacity. Now, there are certain responsibility of judiciary as well as police also, like responsibility of district magistrate as well as police commissioner or deputy superintendent of police to ensure the implementation of noise pollution regulation and control in public area. So no one can start loudspeaker in the night. As we know that there are certain rules. Even in the college also, when the students want to perform any program, which is of 10 o'clock or some thing on loudspeaker, you have to take permission of your nearest police station. So it is always better. If they give permission, then and then you can do some program. Like many of the time in Navratri, if in Gujarat, there is a particularly Garba, Navratri culture. There also, there is a laid down guideline from the police department that the loudspeaker is not permitted after 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. like that. So all these things people has to comply. Now area in and around hospital up to 100 meters is a silence zone because the patients are lying in the hospital. So 100 meter is declared as a silent zone. But many of the time we can see the violation will occur. Many of the time nearby hospital temple is there or something is there, loud music is going on. Sometimes students is also doing some program, celebration of certain festivals with loud music and everything. So many of the time we are not knowing. Most of the time the people are not knowing that this many acts are there. No many people are not reading also such acts in detail and how it is affected to us. So all these things need to be take care when you are doing with any such type of setup or premises. Now there are certain legal provisions also which is laid down in Indian Penal Code regarding the punishment. Like IPC 269 is saying that negligent act likely to spread infection of disease which is dangerous to life, then imprisonment up to 6 months and fine also. Like if the person is throwing away soiled or blood soaked bandages openly, plaster cast, used syringes, needle, anatomical body part, placenta. So all these things are punishable under 269. You are not throwing intentionally. Intention is not there. Malafide intention is not there. But you are negligent. You are not knowing that this may spread the infection of disease. And someone can complain that the person is throwing such biohazard into the publicly, openly. Then it is a 269. As I told you previously also, many of the time we are using syringe needle in the home. Many of the time home care is given. Nurses will come, this will come. And you are just throwing it in your routine dustbin where the vegetables is also there. Syringe is also there. Blood soaked cotton is also there. And sometimes, as I told you, in female, particularly in the menstruation, they are using sanitary pad, which is common physiology. But how to dispose it then? Most of the time, such type of biological waste are disposed in routinely, which is also not a good. Neither government is providing any facility like this. Here only you have to dispose. So all these things are still India has to work upon for awareness also as well as providing facility also. Then IPC 278, making atmosphere noxious to health. Then the fine is up to 5,000 or 500 rupees fine is there if you make the atmosphere which is noxious to health. So all these things are there in which various aspect is covered. Now many of the time hospitals and industry have collaboration because for project also research also, and many of the time some private hospital or many of the time industry is also appointing the medical officers to take care of the health of their staff. Now whenever such setup is there, they must have ability to establish the diagnosis first. Toxicity based or toxicology based diagnosis setup should be there. Then and then we will come to know which type of toxicity is there. Most of the time toxicological laboratories are very less in India, lacking. Only in big city it is there. Most of the time toxicology analysis done by forensic science laboratory, which will accept the samples only from the police. Police is negligent. They will not collect the sample in time, neither deliver in this time. And treatment aspect is very less benefited by such type of industry or such type of laboratory. Then the hospital must have ability to treat correctly. Many of the time we come to know this poisoning is occur, but antidotes are not available in the market because such poisoning are very less in number. So routine pharmaceutical peoples are not keeping such medicines or such type of antidotes. So if you search 15 shop, you will not get at any shop. Then you must have some contact or doctor must have knowledge where such type of treatment kit can be available. Ability to act correctly on public health issues related to exposure. Sometime mass disaster occur by some chemical exposure or chemical warfare and everything. Then health setup must have training of all the staff how to deal with such emergencies. So all these things are very important for hospital also. Now occupational history, occupational exposure, the person who are working in the factory. Now, occupational history is a routine part of medical history. Whenever doctor is asking questions to the patient, like their chief complaint, past history, present history, then they are always asking occupational history also. But we must have certain acumen to diagnose and identify, depending upon the factory, which substance are common. So environmental history is also very common, past work, present work, non-occupational exposure. Sometimes it is possible person is at home, but previously, before 5 years, he was working in some factory and he has a exposure. Now the disease will manifest after a chronic exposure for 5-10 years in factory. Then disease will manifest. So such type of history need to be elicited. What kind of work person is doing? That is also very important questions. Either they are using personal protective equipment, which type of chemical used by such waste, how the chemical comes in contact via inhalation or via contact to the skin. All these things is important. Are you exposed to any physical, chemical, or biological hazard? Are your symptoms related to starting or being away from home? Sometimes it is possible if the person is working, cough is there. When the person will take holiday, go to the home, cough will subside. So by which you can have idea this cough is related to occupational exposure. When the person is working in the industry, he may be exposing to certain gases or certain substances which are allergic or producing cough. That's why cough is there. If the person is at his home in the holiday or for some festival, the cough is not there. So by which we can correlate the cause of the symptoms. Now, certain evidence supporting work-relatedness of occupational disease, like known or documented exposure to causative agents. So that we have to identify. Sometimes symptoms consistent with suspected workplace exposure, as I told you. Suggested or diagnostic physical signs, similar problem in co-worker. If we feel that from one community, 4-5 similar cases are coming, then we can ask that we will come to know all are working in the same industry. So such type of temporal relation of complaint and related to work. So all this thing is very important. Confirmatory environmental or biological monitoring data. Absence of non-occupational etiology. If there is a no occupational exposure, then there is a absence of symptoms. So all these things need to be correlated and certain advice will be given. Now, what is the role of hospital again in this case? Industrial hygiene monitoring program. Because as a doctor, they can give some advice. Hospital can hands on hands with them. They can train their workers also that how to protect themselves, how to use personal protective equipment. which are the triggering symptoms. If some symptoms are there, they have to consult doctor immediately. So all this type of program can be done. Medical surveillance program, periodic spirometry of all the workers if they are exposed to the respiratory pollutants. Workplace practice protocol can be designed. Emphasis on use of personal protective equipments. Many of the time, PPE kit is also given by the factory people, but workers are not using many of the time because they are not comfortable in such type of situation. As I can say in the COVID also, many of the time in the COVID ward, when the doctor is entering, he is wearing PPE kit, nursing are also wearing PPE kit. But if we see the Safai Karmachari or the person who is doing sweeping and everything, they are not wearing because even though it is given to them, they will negligent and they are doing like that. So they are exposing themselves. So such type of education is required. Administrative control is required. Strict instruction must be given that without using certain things you should not expose yourself because it is dangerous to himself or herself as well as it will spread infection to other community. So that's all from my side. So there are many other rules also that person has to take care and to follow when he or she is running the hospital or working in the hospital setup. So I'm thankful to Dr. Mamta Sharma as well as the entire team of ISTTP for giving me this opportunity. So thank you very much. I
Thank
will
you,
stop.
Dr. Parmar. That was very, very nice presentation. You spoke about laws related to environmental protection, hospital-induced environmental toxicology. You being the medical doctor among us, you have selected such an appropriate topic, which was still untouched in this training as of now. You discussed environmental protection rules, rules related to radioactive waste disposal, and many other legislative laws related to environmental waste disposal. In details, we have touched upon environmental friendly e-waste management as well. Dear Dr. Parmar, I thank you from my bottom of my heart for taking out time to be a keynote speaker at ISTTP 1. Your presence and wise words help to magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to your enlightening words that inspired so many people out here, including me. I also extend an invitation to you to join us in our offline project, which is from 11th to 13th August 2022. It's an international conference will be organized here in Alwar by RRC. Be our guest. I'm looking forward to see you there.
Sure, sure. It's my pleasure to associate physically also.
Thank you so much.
Definitely.
We'll see you then. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time for our 26th keynote address, which is to be delivered by, I don't know, I should call him Dr. Anil Mehta or Engineer Anil Mehta. So I will call him Dr. Engineer Anil Mehta. Dr. Engineer Anil Mehta is a graduate in civil engineering, postgraduate in irrigation water management engineering. His doctoral research was on integrated water resource management. Dr. Mehta has been working to protect and conserve lakes, rivers, and water resources for the last 30 years. He is the principal and lead researcher of the prestigious educational organization Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, Vidya Bhavan Society, Udaipur, and also the central team member of Jal Upkaran Paryavaran Sanrakshan Gatividhi. Dr. Anil Mehta is also the honorary visiting faculty, International Center for Environment, Audit and Sustainable Development, an institution of Comptroller and Auditor General of India. He is the founder joint secretary of the grassroots civil society organization Jal Jheel Sanrakshan Samiti, popularly known as JSS. The Jheel Sanrakshan Samiti is the partner organization with the Global Water Partnership, and JSS supports and strengthens various lake conservation citizen groups. He has been awarded by various organizations. He is the recipient of Dr. Yashwant Rao Kelkar Award for the environmental conservation works. Dr. Mehta's primary area of research and working is citizen-centric eco-technological management and operation of water resources. He is recognized as an expert advisor, researcher, propagator of integrated lake basin management, integrated water resources management, and eco-centric urban planning. He has organized and being invited as a panel specialist in various national and international seminars, workshops, conferences on environment, water management, sanitation, and smart cities. He has been an environmental activist working voluntarily to protect and conserve lakes and water resources for the past 30 years. He supports and strengthens various lake and river conservation citizen groups. Presently, he is leading research on Ahar River, Udaipur. Copenhagen University, DHI, and Geological Society of Denmark and Greenland jointly carried out this research. He is the signatory of the Udaipur Declaration 2015, Healthy River, Healthy People. He is the author of IWRM Capacity Building Manuals, modules on eco-centric urban planning and development. He was instrumental in the Citizens Project of Ecological Restoration of Ahar River by Green Bridge Technology. Dr. Mehta has successfully collaborated with various eminent organizations around the globe and holds numerous publications under his name. Dr. Mehta, that was so exhaustive and impressive biodata, and I must congratulate you for your work. And I really don't know, as I told in the beginning, I should call you Dr. Mehta or Engineer Mehta, and I don't know which thing you use first. It is Doctor Engineer or Engineer Doctor. So, Dr. Mehta is also popularly known as Jal Purush. सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है अभिनंदन से और अलवर में आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Now I would request Dr. Mehta to kindly start with his keynote address. Sir, stage is all yours.
Thank you. Let me start with my presentation. Just a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen. Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wait, huh? So is it visible to you?
Yes, sir,
Hello?
it is. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, it is
So
visible.
thank you,
Yes,
Mamta. Yeah. So thank you, Mamtaji, for inviting me. I'm simply Anil, and this toxicology and all these things are not my cup of tea. But for being in this field for last many years, there are many experiences on how this, the water, especially water, is becoming toxic. So I would share some of my experiences about the quality of water and which are responsible for causing toxicity in water, and how, as researcher and as an individual, we can help in reducing and minimizing this toxicity in our water resources. So with this, let me start. It's a very short presentation, not very big. And as I said, that this is not my subject. I'm basically a water resource engineer and an activist. But I would like to share some of the key points, key regions responsible for increasing toxicity in our water resources. So let me start with a mix of what you call the science and engineering. So in my view, the resources, our water resources, are suffering from hydrological toxicity. Now, from where this I mean, if we talk in terms of the hydrology, from where this toxicity, so one of the very big reason, and which may be the policy perspective, that still our water resources are managed on the basis of district boundaries, tehsil boundaries, and there is no river basin planning, right? So that we can elaborate later on. But because of the degradation in the catchment areas, and degradation means the deforestation, obstruction of the stream flows, stream flow patterns, the chemical farming, the industry, the increased urbanization in the catchment area, degradation of water resources in the catchment, especially the groundwater, and indiscriminate disposal of plastic. This is happening in the catchment areas of water resources. whether it's a groundwater source or it's a river or it's a lake, right? And with runoff, all these compounds, all these chemicals, there is to the waterborne toxicity. The second point is, which is also related, is the what I would call is the morphometrical toxicity. So we are encroaching upon, on the water resources, on the river floodplains, in the littoral zone of the lakes, and with this anthropogenic activities, increase anthropogenic activities in the lake submergence area, not just in the catchment, but in the submergence, and with our many activities as household, the toxicity in water bodies is increasing. So with the urbanization, with the rapid and unplanned urbanization, the urbanization which is devoid of any blue and green centric planning, the toxicity in water bodies is increasing, right? The third, I would call it the ecological or ecological toxicity. So the most of the water bodies, there's indiscriminate disposal of the solid waste, sewage, various types of the waste. And because of that, the dissolved oxygen level in water bodies, they're increasing like anything. There are incidences in almost all water bodies of the weed infestation. And when any water body is rich in nutrients, and there is a prolific growth of the weeds, we all know the phenomena of eutrophication is there. And if you look at the composition of the waste which is being disposed of in our water bodies, it is very alarming, very dangerous. We dispose plastic, we dispose all our household waste, we dispose industrial waste. In our water bodies, I have seen that even there is a disposal of the meat, the meat which is not used, or the residues of the animals, it is also disposed in water bodies. Now, if you go in the literature or you search, the case studies, the meat disposal, when meat is there in the water body, right, it also causes the toxicity. So, as I've said, this is not my exact subject, but because of the disposal of all these kinds of the waste, even the unused medicines are disposed of in our water bodies. Apart from this, all this broad, the contaminants, we use several types of chemicals in our house, in our daily life. Whether it's a soap, or it's a shampoo, or it's a lipstick, or it's a any fairness cream, or the deo, So all these personal care products, when they are washed out, they reach to any other type of water body. They may reach to the groundwater sources. They may reach to the surface water resources. We consume many types of medicines. Apart from this analgesic and antipyretic, several kinds of medicines we consume, and all these medicines, when we urinate or when we excrete, they eventually reach to the water bodies, and they cause the toxicity, which is very, very dangerous, right? So industrial contaminants, they are going. Medicines we are using, they are going in the water bodies. The personal care products, which I have listed, right from soap to shampoo to deo, right? They are there. And then, in the catchment areas, or in our gardens, when you use pesticides, or in the kitchen garden, when we use the pesticides or the fertilizers, they all reach to the water body. And the cocktail of all this, the plastic, the hormonal medicines, the wash of these personal care products, these industrial contaminants, this cocktail is very, very dangerous. It's a very different kind of toxicity, which is affecting our endocrine, health. It is affecting our reproductive health, and causing many types of diseases. The plastic, I would especially say, because recently there was an article that the plastic particles are there, microplastic particles are there in our blood. It is even there in the breast milk, right? The microplastic is even coming, in our food chain, and our all vegetables and fruits, they contain plastic particles. All non-veg, they essentially contain the toxicity of plastic. Polythene plastic, though they are not biodegradable, but they are photodegradable. So when they photodegrade, the The first is that they will reach out to any water body or in a soil, but they will also produce many kinds of gases like the dioxin, and furan, which are very, very toxic. So this plastic or polythene, they are the biggest source of causing toxicity in soil and water. About the chemicals, which are there in the plastic, I will state many chemicals, which are there as plasticizers or as antioxidants or as colorants or added to increase the durability, sun resistance of the plastic. What are the effects? They cause cancers, they cause neurological problems, they cause lung disease, they cause infertility, diabetes. This list is very, very low, right? And as I've said, that all this plastic and polythene, when they photodegrade, they leach, and they reach to the water bodies. And then in turn, they come in our either in our tape or through the food chain, right? So I will just explain or say something about the study which we have conducted in waters of Udaipur. So it was a joint study of the organization where I work and the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organizations of Australia and Western Sydney University of Australia. So what we have found, in the water of Udaipur, 19 active pharmaceutical ingredients, right? And 4 of them were, the antibiotics which are highly used, not just in Udaipur, throughout the country. Most significant were 2 personal care products, 6 steroid hormones, and 3 industrial-related contaminants. So what we did, this you can see it's a river. This circle, below the circle you will find there's a line. This is a river, and this river stream connects. So there's an interlinking the upstream water bodies and the downstream water bodies. You can see the water bodies, and we tested the waters there. Water of all these points which you can see, and you can see. It's very difficult to see on the PowerPoint. You can see that the composition of the ingredients or the availability or the presence of APIs, antibiotics, female hormones, male hormones, personal care products throughout the stream, not just in the surface water, but in the groundwater also. And this is not the situation of any small town of the country. Throughout the country, if you test water, you will find that this toxicity is there. The previous speaker has very rightly said that there are very, very few laboratories are there in the countries to test the toxicity in water. 2-3 laboratories are there, and therefore there is not much awareness about this. We normally talk about the BOD and COD and nitrate and sulfate and fluoride in the water, but about these contaminants, about these emerging contaminants, there is not much awareness. And in that reference, this conference or this short training program which you organized is very, very relevant. I have listed the antibiotics and other medicines or the hormones which are there in the water. Most significant and in the highest percentage is the azithromycin, right? Sometimes we joke that the azithromycin is so much in water that there is no need of any new factory or any industrial production or the pharmaceutical production. Just extract this azithromycin from the water, and you would be able to again produce the azithromycin. So these medicines are there. Diclofenac is there, ibuprofen is there, naproxen is there. Even I cannot pronounce. The bisphenol A, BPA. It's very, very dangerous. And BPA is what it is. It comes out from the plastic and polythene. So all these chemicals, all these pharmaceutical ingredients, plastic leach, and the chemicals which are there in our personal care products, they are all reaching in water bodies and causing extreme toxicity. And in turn, they are causing the very, very severe diseases, about which we are not aware of. That what are the exact reasons of the diseases which we are suffering, right? So the implications of all this, I will say the cocktail of all this in water. The first is the endocrine. All are endocrine disruptors. All are. And we are seeing, I mean, the increased cases of, this endocrine gland related, most prevalent is the thyroid problem. Then it affects the fertility. And you can correlate, some 20, 25 years, there were no, I mean, very rare, infertility clinics in the country. And they were there, but they were there in big cities. But if you go in now, even in a small town, you will find the infertility clinic. So this is the effect of the toxicity in water. Cancers I've already listed. All these chemicals, they cause many cancers, right? And these antibiotics, the high presence of antibiotic in water bodies, they're causing what we call antibiotic resistance, right? So what to do? So being activist, I always talk about the actions, and I believe that through local actions you can bring the global change, right? So what as an individual, what as researcher, what as an institution, we can do to minimize this toxicity which is there in soil and water. So I will take you to what was our ancient perspective, right? We used to call that it is not just the what we call the purification of water. We need to bring the element of purity, right? We call it the amrit, right? So now the many scientists are talking about that the purity of water is not just having the chemical, physical, biological parameters in control. There should be some life in water. That is called to bring the amrit tattva, what we call the tasir, which is very beneficial, which is good for the health, which is good for the prosperity. That need to be imbibed in water, right? And it was there. And we used to recite that pani mein amrit hota hai. And for us, the water is not just a commodity, and we are not just the consumer or the producer of any water resource, right? So that kind of perspective we need to imbibe in all of us, right? And if we look the water with this perspective, I think all of our discourse around the water would change, and this toxicity or other kind of contaminants which are going in water, they would be minimized, right? So I've written here this water treatment or purification is not just the physical, chemical, biological correction. We need to bring the change in the internal molecular structure of water. And if you search on Google, Japanese had done an experiment in, how our emotions affect the internal molecular structure of water, and how water affects our emotions. You can see some of the pictures when you look water with compassion, how the internal molecular structure change, and when you shout on water, how the internal molecular structure of water gets changed. So with this perspective, I mean, we need to address all our water problems, right? The next point is that how the water, river, ocean connect is defined in our text, right? And the word is the divine water. So I'm just changing what I've said. We don't just want the pure water. We want this element of divinity, right? How can we bring this divinity in water? So if you read this shlok from the Rig Veda, there's it says about the ecological flow, the continuous flow in water, and how this this continuous flow or the divinity of water protects the entire humankind. So the first and foremost, which is very important, is change the perspective, change the scientific discourse to bring back it to what our ancient texts have very clearly defined, that we need to bring the divinity into water, right? So there are two definitions. One is the water security definition given by the Asian Development Bank in its recent report. You can read this water security definition. You can also read about the ecological flow definition or the environmental flow definition, which is there in all our policy documents, right? And then go with this, what we call the Shanti Mantra, right? Then you can correlate this. What should be our perspective to look around our water resource management, right? And with this perspective, if we start doing this work, I think the problem of the contamination or the encroachment of all our water resources control, right? And what is needed is, which is there now in the all policy documents and in the mainstream discourse, that water resources should be managed on the concept of integrated water resource management. Now, what is integrated water resource management? Not just the water body, right? But everything which is there, upstream, downstream, the terrestrial area, the community which is there, the health issues, the poverty issues, the empowerment issues, the conflict issues. If you consider everything together in an integrated way, then you would be able to manage the water resources. Fortunately, this concept of water resource management, which we used to call as the Samagra Jal Sansadhan Prabandhan, now is taking place, as the main discourse of water resource management. And our water policies have very clearly defined that all our water resources should be managed, protected, and conserved on the basis of water resource management, right? This is what I am saying is the policy perspective. Then we need to, conserve all, what you call the hydrological conservation of all our rivers and lakes. And what does this mean? We need to protect the catchment areas, the drainage areas, the area from where the rainwater flows and reaches to any downstream water body, right? And if you want to reduce the toxicity or any other kind of contaminant entry to water body, we need to change everything, right, from agriculture to the industrial practices to what we do in our daily life, right? We need to remove all this obstruction of stream flows. We need to control the over exploitation of water in the catchment areas, right? And we need to maintain the ecological flow. A minimum level of flow should always be maintained in all our water bodies, because when water flows, it becomes what we call the pure water, right? Or because of the increased oxygenation of water, most of the contaminants gets oxidized, and what you call that water becomes treated, right? So what is needed is the hydrological conservation of rivers and lakes. I have already said that we are encroaching upon not just in the catchment areas, but in the submergence areas also. So that we need to stop in order to reduce the toxicity of water resources. The second point, which is very important, is to protect the floodplains of the rivers, right? If you see the urban rivers, especially, right on the side wall or the brim of the river course, there are the constructions. So there is no space left for river to breathe and live. So we are encroaching upon the floodplains. So the second point is that we need to protect the floodplains of our rivers. And similarly, we need to protect and we need to also see the perspective of river development, right? So you can have a very good restaurants around the river course, but they will all add toxicity to the river. So let's develop any river or any waterway as a natural river. No pakka construction, no this artificial construction. Let's develop as what we call the eco strip around the water body. Let's make it a convergence point of all avifaunas, right? Let's revive the all the aquatic life. Let's bring back what we call the crocodile and frogs, amphibians, everything in the water. And if we can bring all this in water, even in the urban rivers, right? What we call then water would be the lively water with life, right? Otherwise, it would be just a chemically, physically, biologically treated water, no life in water, right? So this is and the next is, which is very similar, is to protect the littoral zones of the lakes and ponds. And what do we mean by this littoral zone? So there is always, what you call the shoreline or the shore area of any water body, and we are encroaching upon the shorelines of the water bodies, the lakes. And there's very famous quote by the Australian river expert that as bark is important to any tree, right? If you remove the bark, the tree will die. Similarly, the floodplains or the littoral zones or the shoreline are very, very important for the survival of the water bodies. And as I've said, that unfortunately we are encroaching upon on this, the littoral zones and the floodplains. So that we need to protect. Usually also institutionally also, and we should, pressurize, we should raise our voice that no one, encroach upon this littoral and flats, littoral zones and flats. As said in my introduction, that in 2015's what we call the Udaipur Declaration, we have very clearly stated that if the rivers are healthy, the people will be healthy, right? It's very, very important, keep the river healthy. And healthy means, because this course is about the we call toxicology or like that, to make the rivers which are which do not have any kind of toxicity, right? So, and the next point is, what to do in terms of the tools and mechanisms in order to conserve, to restore the water bodies. So I will cite 2-3 examples. We have done this biocontrol measure in our water bodies. So there was a excessive growth of what we call the water hyacinth in our water bodies. You can see the entire water surface is covered, right? Then we introduced 2 beavils, and they effectively control the growth, the density, the length, everything of this water hyacinth. Now, if you put any harvester, there would be some, diesel or petrol would be used. There will be some activity in water, and in turn it would cause one or other kind of toxicity. But if you use all this, the biological controlled methods, bioremediation methods, naturally all these problems would be controlled. Say there is a excessive growth of aquatic weeds. Why don't you introduce what we call the grass carp fishes? It will automatically control, right? I can also cite one example of the R river Udaipur. You can see the quality of water, and I've already showed the the availability of and the presence of various kinds of toxic compounds in this water, right? So what we have done here, right? It's you can see it how the dead animals are disposed of on the banks of the river. So the dead animals, we've already seen the kinds of contaminants which are there in this river. Even if you pump the groundwater, because of the availability of what we call the surfactants, there will be foam in the groundwater. That was the condition, right? So what we did, right? The first and foremost, which I believe after 30 years of working on water resources, that all stakeholders should be involved, right? And when we talk about the stakeholders, we forget to involve the citizens, common citizens, right? So how we started, we involved, all local villagers, the people who are there in the urban part of the river, and we started making them aware about this kind of the composition of water and how it can affect and how it will affect the health and in agriculture production if it is not controlled or not. The remediation is not done. Then we involve the villagers, college students, youth, everyone for the initial cleaning of the river course. We have done this in a particular stretch of the river. Then we developed this sort of staggered kacha sort of walls in the river course itself. This was the you can see that how we developed. You can see that there are the kacha walls, and there is a well in between, a small sort of ditch inside, and there we introduce some sort of what we call the consortia of certain organisms, right? And we planted certain trees which remove the toxicity and which remove the various kinds of contaminants from the water. So I can list that plants, and they were all native plants, right? The most common is you all know that this kenna. It's very effective in removing the contaminants from water. So we planted, all these shrubs and trees and plants for this to support this bioremediation process, and within 1 month we could see the phytoplanktons and zooplanktons in water. That is the life came back to the water body, right? You can see the zooplanktons and everything. So when we were doing this, no one believed that all these small measures, some plants, some shrubs, some trees, and some consortia of microorganisms can change the water quality, can improve the highly toxic water or the river in just 1 month or 2 months. The Ministry of Environment constituted a committee under the chairmanship of the chairman of Central Pollution Control Board, and they themselves, visited Udaipur and they tested the water, and they found the dew and water. It was 8.2 ppm. The lady who is conducting this experiment is late Fatima Liaquat. She was very active with us, but unfortunately she expired last year because of the COVID, and she is mother of the famous TV anchor Rubika Liaquat. And you can see that, in no time, the whole of the water course gets revived, right? Now, as I've said, that what should be our results, as an individual? Because more water use, means the more production of the wastewater. How can we, reduce the consumption of water or the use of water, not just at the household level, but in agriculture and industries? That we need to take the resolve if we want to improve all our water bodies. And it's very simple. If you just install an aerator or a mist on your tap, your 60-70% water consumption will be reduced, right? If you start using the wastewater which is coming out from the RO, your water consumption would be reduced. If you start using the reject water or the water which is coming out from your SC, your fresh water consumption would be reduced. If you start, fixing the leakage which is there in any of your tap, most of your water would be saved. So I normally say that if any household starts these small interventions, a family can save almost 200,000 liters of water in a year. And this saving means less pressure on water bodies and less production of the wastewater, right? So this resolve we all need to take as an individual, that we will start making intervention to reduce at least 75%. And why I use this 75? Because it's a 75th year of independence of the country, and we are celebrating what we call the Amrit Mahotsav. Amrit Mahotsav, I would say that let's bring back that element of Amrit in our water, right? The next point on which I would emphasize is don't waste food, because in food production or the agriculture production, not just excessive water is used. Many chemicals are used, not just in production, but when we process it, when we store all these food grains and the vegetables, a lot of water is used and a lot of toxicity is caused. So if we can, start, stopping the food wastage, it would be great contribution for the mankind. We all know that, even if we waste one roti on bread, 40 liters of water is wasted, right? So this is the another resolve which we can take as an individual, that and there was some figure in newspapers that an average Indian wastes around 70 kg of food every year. Now 70 kg means at least 200 liters for the production of 1 kg of, say, your food. It's a minimum, it's a conservative side. You can estimate how much water you are wasting, right? So more food waste means more agricultural production, means depriving more people from this essential food, right? And more toxicity in water. So this is the resolve which we should take, that we will start stopping the food waste, right? Utna hi lo thali mein, jitna nahi chahiye nali mein. This should be our slogan. And I'm on the last part of my presentation, that how can we make our water divine? How can we remove the toxicity or minimize toxicity in soil and water and air, right? Especially in water. How should we start? And I'm also associated with organization Paryavaran Sanrakshan Gatividhi, which is having presence in almost all districts of the country, and people all are volunteering for, what we call the paid pani polythene. I mean, to remove the polythene and to manage the waste, to plant more and more trees, and to manage and conserve the water. Right. So how we are doing that? First, I mean, make everyone aware about the water, right? Then invite them for the participation with, all with these two elements. Let's develop a big movement, what we call the Jan Abhiyan. I'm not saying the Andolan, but let's develop a movement, and not just when I said it's a public movement, means all researchers, all educational institutions, all scientists are involved. Right? Everyone will do his or her bit of expertise. So with this, I mean, we can protect and conserve our water resources. Let me tell about the. Sometimes when you talk about the environmental science, we say there's a 3 hour, or 4 hour, or 5 hour. But for water bodies and water resources, these are the 10 hours, right? And the first and foremost is respect, respecting our water, right? If that element of respect or that element of Shraddha is there, right, all our water resources would be divine and there would be no toxicity, right? And with this, I end my presentation. What Gandhiji has said, that future depends on what we do in present. So let's start doing as a researcher, as an institution, as a citizen. Let's free our soil, our air, our water from all kind of toxicity. This is all from my side. If there is any question, you can ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. I was like spellbound presentation, me being myself a pesticide toxicologist, and I was so much contained and engrossed in your presentation. And you can see, I think more than 40 messages I've seen, and people from 32 countries are appreciating me like anything. What a presentation, what are slides, nice the information. You can read in the chat, sir. There's so many. Anyone has any question, so they can raise their hand so we can unmute them from here. There's so much appreciation, sir. It's going on, it's going on, it's going on. So, Dr. Mehta, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you formally for giving up your valuable time to talk in ISTTP 1. Your topic was why water is becoming toxic. You mentioned that microplastic is present in milk, water, and non-vegetarian products. And yesterday in my talk, I said that DDT, BHC, gamexane, heptachlor, endosulfan, and the fertilizers, they are present everywhere in water, air, soil, food products, milk. So that means when we are drinking and when we are eating, we are taking cocktails of toxic compounds. This is horrifying. So it's high time to stop the contamination of food chain. You said that जल में अमृत है, जल में ही औषधि है, और ऐसे जल का प्रदूषण रोकना बहुत 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 important है, बहुत जरूरी है, as there will not be any life without water on the earth. It was quite apparent how every single person, including me here, was engrossed in your talk. And trust me, there's so much more to learn from you, your knowledge, your experience, your expertise. It was treat hearing you, sir. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to me.
Thank you for patient hearing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now it's time for our 27th keynote address, which will be delivered by Dr. Preeti Gupta. Let me introduce Dr. Gupta to you all. Dr. Preeti Gupta is an associate professor in Department of Zoology at LBS Government College, Kotputli, Jaipur. She has a teaching experience of more than 28 years, and her research work includes anti-fertility effects of mentha and Vinca rosea in Swiss albino mice, and research project on toxic effect of textile effluents on physiology of earthworm. Dr. Gupta has also been the nodal officer for virtual labs of IIT Delhi and conducted workshop on virtual experiments, trained and science faculty on the experiments available on virtual labs in different science subjects. She has also conducted massive training classes for students to apprise them about virtual labs and its uses. She has delivered lectures on the use of ICT tools. She has also worked as a resource person for FDP organized by Ramanujan College, Delhi, and delivered lectures on the use of OBS, Google Slides, Google Classroom, and plagiarism and latex in Hindi. Dr. Gupta was appointed as a subject monitor of zoology and botany in Gyandu program of college education, Jaipur, Rajasthan, and moderated session in Gyansudha program of college education, Jaipur, Rajasthan. She has 20 research papers at her credit in national and international journals with three reference books, namely Immunology and Biotechnology and Microbiology. She has also been the author of three subject modules of Vartman Kota Open University Kota. Dr. Gupta, I welcome you all. I welcome you here, and I would request you to start with the keynote address. Dr. Preeti Gupta, stage is all yours. Dr.
Thank
Gupta.
you. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Should I present my screen now?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Give me 1 minute.
Ma'am, you can switch on your video, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm just checking. Just wait. Give me 1 minute, ma'am.
Sure, please take your time. No worries.
Is my PowerPoint visible, ma'am?
And your presentation is visible. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So
In the presentation.
there's some problem with my video, but I'm starting with my presentation, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So good afternoon, participants. I'm Dr. Preeti Gupta, as introduced by Mamta ma'am. So I'm extremely thankful to Professor Dr. Hukum Singh, Principal and Patron of RR Government College, Alwar, Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary, and the entire team of this short-term training program, Recent Advances in Environmental Toxicology and Wildlife Conservation, being organized by RR College, Alwar. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. I have been attending this training program since last 6 days and feel that this is going to help all the participants and trainees immensely in their respective fields of research and training and career also. A big round of applause to the entire team for this ongoing training program. So my topic today for my talk is biodiversity and conservation. And mostly I would be focusing on the conservation aspects during this post-COVID-19 pandemic era. So we have talked a lot about conservation strategies. We know a lot about what biodiversity is, what are the measures taken to conserve biodiversity, the ex situ conservation, the in situ conservation, and various other measures taken. How do we measure biodiversity? It is all there in our textbooks, in our PG and undergraduate courses and curriculums. What I would be focusing would be basically on the recent trends in biodiversity conservation during this post-COVID era. First of all, let's see India. We know that India is a mega diversity nation. It is endemic to a lot of species. Endemism, I hope you all know that it is restricted, a species restricted to a particular area. So 50% of lizards are endemic to India. Western Ghats are the sites of maximum endemism. India is the origin of nearly 5,000 species of flowering plants, 166 species of cropping plants, and 320 species of wild relatives of cultivated crops. We are a nation rich in marine diversity. We have a 7,500-kilometer long coastline, which has rich mangroves, estuaries, coral reefs, backwaters, a rich biodiversity. We have more than 340 species of corals, large number of mollusks, crustaceans, polychaetes, corals in our marine life. There are 93 major wetlands and large forest cover in India. If we talk about global biodiversity, I'm just giving you an outline idea or these data which I have collected is only on all from the Google, and you all are all aware of it. But just to give an idea of how rich our earth is of the biodiversity. we have 8.7 million species of plants and animals, out of which 30 million are insects, 5 to 10 million are bacteria, 1.5 million are fungi, 1 million mites, and around 3 lakhs of, more than 3 lakhs of plants, and a large number of animals, which include invertebrates and vertebrates. So this rich is our biodiversity. And I hope you all know this, that 50 to 80% of biodiversity is in the rainforest. Deserts, as you know, there is no greenery, no plants, so it shows minimum biodiversity. Marine biodiversity is extremely high. Again, after rainforest, we are the second largest biodiversity is found in the marine ecosystems. We have 125,000 flowering plant species in tropical forest. So again, tropical forests are also very rich in biodiversities. So, as I mentioned earlier, all roughly 8.5 million species are known of plant and animals. But each day, this number keeps on increasing because every day new species are identified and named and added to this data. So, I hope you all know what are hotspots of biodiversity. A biodiversity hotspot is a biogeographic region which is very rich in its species. There is high species richness in a biodiversity hotspot, and these hotspots are under threat from humans. Meyer introduced this term biodiversity hotspot, and when he introduced this term, at that time there were only 25 hotspots. Now many are added, and this number has increased to 34 with 4 in India. Initially, there were only 2 hotspots in India when Meyer identified the hotspots. Now there has been 34 hotspots identified worldwide, and out of which 4 are in India. About 40% terrestrial and 25% vertebrates are found in these hotspots. These hotspots are threatened by human activities because these hotspots are inhabited by around 1 billion people, mostly people residing are very poor, so they use the biodiversity resources and are removing the threatening the biodiversity of that particular hotspot area. This is the list of the map showing the list of biodiversity hotspots in the world. The red areas marking, they show the hotspots, 34 hotspots worldwide. Here you can see Indo-Burma hotspot, the Caucasus Cerrado hotspot, Meridian pine oak woodlands, and so on. In India, we have 4 biodiversity hotspots. The major are the Western Ghats, the Eastern Himalayas, the Indo-Burma hotspots, and the Sundaland hotspots. So, as you all know, the Eastern Himalayas region encompasses Bhutan, northeastern India, southern India, central and eastern Nepal. The Indo-Burma area includes northeastern India except Assam. The Western Ghats include the western edge of peninsular India, and the Sundaland includes the western part of Indian Malayan archipelago, includes Nicobar group of islands, Indonesia, around Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei. These islands have a rich terrestrial and marine ecosystem. So all these biodiversity hotspots are very rich in species diversity and biodiversity all over biodiversity in India. So what are the points, what are the things that are causing a threat to our biodiversity? We all know loss of habitat is one of the major causes of loss of biodiversity. Loss of habitat because habitat destruction has occurred due to urbanization, deforestation, and other human activities. Poaching is another important human activity which is giving a threat to our biodiversity. Man-animal conflict is also a major threat to biodiversity. Introduction of exotic varieties, pollution, global warming, climate change are among the few factors which are posing threat to our biodiversity. So now, I come to my main part of my talk, that is, what are the impact of COVID on bioconservation or biodiversity conservation. So I'll be looking on the 2 aspects. First, I will look on the positive aspects or positive impact of COVID pandemic on biodiversity conservation, and then I will talk about the negative impact of pandemic on the biodiversity conservation. So first and foremost, it was reduced atmospheric pollution. We all know that there was a total lockdown from in the March 2020 to April or May 2020. This reduced the pollution because of the total industrial and transport and vehicular shutdown. Pollution reduced, and this improved the air quality during COVID-19 pandemic, as mentioned by various researchers. There was reduced impact on marine ecosystems because of decline in shipping worldwide. Nitrogen dioxide is one of the primary drivers of air quality degradation in industrialized and urban areas. During the total lockdown period, that is January to April 2020, the nitrogen dioxide content substantially decreased on an average by 40 to 20 to 38% over Chinese cities and Western Europe, United States of America. Here, this picture highlights the scenario of India during COVID-19 pandemic. See, the red marks are depicting the concentration of nitrogen dioxide in the atmosphere during January to March 2020. And after 25th March to 20th April, you can see that the nitrogen dioxide content decreased considerably. So this is one of the most positive effect of COVID-19, that the pollution decreased. Then there was reduced human pressure on wildlife. See, we are talking about wildlife and biodiversity conservation. So that is exploitation of wildlife resources reduced in protected areas. Protected areas as if wildlife sanctuaries, national parks, etc., where the staff continued the anti-poaching patrol, and invariably and vulnerable species were guarded. And because there was complete vehicular lockdown, no vehicular movement was there. So COVID-19 lockdown made movement in protected areas difficult for poachers and loggers, reducing the rate of disturbance in the protected areas. Because of this reduced rate of disturbance, it was easy to restore wild animals in their natural environments without being disturbed by human interference or poaching activities. There was a temporary ban on trade and bushmeat consumption in February 2020, which reduced the undue human pressure on the protected and conserved areas, especially in China. These are the positive impacts, but there are more negative impacts than the positive impacts. Negative impacts was, first of all, loss of skilled personnel and funds. There were higher economically, as we all know, worldwide, pandemic imposes high financial cost on both government and conservation organization. And we all know it, that we all faced very high financial losses because of the total shutdown. So this was one major negative impact of COVID-19. Then the highly trained staff also was lost to pandemic. Many lives were lost, and this was devastating in developing countries where conservation capacity is limited. Ineffective and lukewarm staff is another factor. This means that ineffective means many of the staff were absent. That is, absenteeism was seen in rise among the personnel, because psychologically staff members will choose to take care of their sick relatives than going to work. And secondly, they have to maintain a social distance. So they also psychologically it was affected, work was affected because of social distancing. This personal attitude led to an increased number of poaching incidents, deforestation, bushmeat consumption, and wildlife loss. So on one hand, as I mentioned earlier, no vehicular movement during the COVID period reduced the poaching incidents, deforestation, bushmeat, but post COVID, these activities increased because of lukewarm staff and laid back approach of the working staff. So human resource conflict is another factor. See, the effect of lockdown and other pandemic associated factors can cause conflicts and destruction of natural resources. We all have seen this reverse migration to rural areas because of the people losing their jobs in urban area. And because of this reverse migration from urban area to rural area, there was a pressure on the natural resources in the protected areas or in the village areas. World Bank in 2020 stated that pandemic incapacitated productive adults in the household. Therefore, they divert to other available strategies which are unsustainable and ecologically destructive, such as killing of wildlife species and destruction of habitats, so as for them to cope. So this coping mechanisms led to a destruction in the biodiversity reserves of the world. There was increase because of the migration from urban area to the local areas. There was local exploitation, physical environment was affected, many plants and animals were exploited, and many wild species were killed by the locals for consumption. So this pandemic has also aroused the belief of susceptible households and countries with biodiversity rich ecosystem, resulting in land clearing, illegal logging and mining, as mentioned by researchers. This belief change contributed to the overexploitation of biodiversity resources for their survival. Lack of research, assessment, and monitoring on biodiversity. During the COVID period, there was an inability to conduct research or identify changes in the elements of biological diversity in the protected landscapes. This speeds up the rate of loss. Lockdown and social distancing also inhibits rangers and other conservation scientists to provide information on the trends in primary species and other aspects of PAs, that is protected areas. Many research, internships, industrial training programs in wildlife and biodiversity conservation were disrupted because of the possibility of disease transmission. The continuing shortage of funds also was a fundamental barrier in biodiversity assessment and effective monitoring programs. In the absence of such informative data, the missed research means missed opportunities to identify conservation priorities, monitor the health of endangered species and ecosystem, and provide practical solutions for the protection and sustainable use of resources. So the key takeaways during COVID pandemic was that it highlighted, I hope you all will agree, that extreme importance of combating the loss of biodiversity. So this was major takeaway from COVID-19 pandemic. Second, COVID-19 pandemic also made us realize that when we destroy biodiversity, we destroy the system that supports human life. The more biodiverse an ecosystem is, the more difficult it is for a pathogen to spread rapidly or dominate. Loss of biodiversity provides an opportunity for pathogens to pass between animals and people. We must learn and adapt faster than ever. And COVID-19 virus has lessons that apply to global crisis of biodiversity loss. For this reason, our best vaccine for the future is to protect nature and biodiversity. It is no longer just a matter of ecology, but of being aware that if we want to reduce the occurrence of pandemics, we must have a healthy nature. Loss of biodiversity also means that we are losing, before discovery, many of nature's chemicals and genes of the kind that have already provided humanity with tremendous health benefits. Traditional medicine continues to play an essential role in healthcare, especially in primary healthcare. The world is facing its sixth mass extinction event, with 1 million plant and animal species now threatened with extinction due to changes in land and sea use, overexploitation, climate change, pollution, and invasive alien species. So since 1970, populations of mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, fishes have declined on an average by 68%, and vast areas of ecosystem have been degraded, as reported by WWF in 2020. Human destruction of biodiversity is also one of the leading drivers of infectious disease outbreaks, as mentioned by Loh et al. In 2015. It also poses a significant risk to supply chains, businesses, and global economy. Investing in activities that protect and restore biodiversity would provide immediate jobs while also reducing the risk of future crises, maybe I should say future COVID-19, and improving the resilience and long-term viability of business and economy. So what measures are needed? What can we do to protect our biodiversity? We all know protecting biodiversity is vital for avoiding the next pandemic. Close to 3/4 of emerging infectious disease in humans come from other animals. Land use, change, and wildlife exploitation increase infectious diseases. Economy and human well-being depend on biodiversity for food, clean water, flood protection, erosion control, inspiration for innovation. Investing in biodiversity as a part of COVID-19 policy response can help to minimize the risk of decline in biodiversity. Biodiversity loss and climate change are challenges of a similar magnitude and urgency must be addressed together. Example of biodiversity measures includes changes in regulation on wildlife trade to protect human health and job, enable forest management and invasive control, species control. We should ensure that COVID-19 economic recovery measures do not compromise biodiversity. We all agree that we have a major economic loss and setback, but in order to recover our economy, we should not compromise biodiversity. We should maintain and strengthen regulations on land use, wildlife trade, and pollution. We should screen and monitor ex ante and ex post stimulus measures for their biodiversity impacts. We should scale up, enhance investment in biodiversity conservation. We should set biodiversity spending targets for COVID-19 stimulus measures and recovery plans. We should promote jobs in biodiversity conservation, sustainable use and restoration. We should engage business and finance sector for a biodiversity positive recovery. We should put a price on biodiversity loss. We should reform subsidies harmful to biodiversity. We should scale up economic incentives. Adopt and strengthen One Health approach. One Health approach means that we should treat the health of all the living organisms as single field approach. Support developing countries to safeguard their biodiversity. We should develop, adopt, implement a new ambitious post 2020 global biodiversity framework. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Any questions? Any questions? There's a lot of praises for you, Dr. Gupta. You can see
Okay, I'll
so
just
many
take it.
compliments for you from the participants of 32
Thank you, ma'am.
countries.
Thank you, ma'am.
They have
Thank you.
really enjoyed. They have really enjoyed your presentation and your session.
Thank you, ma'am.
If anyone has any questions, kindly raise hand so we can unmute. Okay. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Gupta, for the stirring speech you gave to us. You spoke on biodiversity and its conservation after COVID-19 pandemic. And this is such an important topic after we have come the havoc of COVID-19.
Yes.
We are still
Yes.
not yet out of it. We are still trying to recover as ourselves as humans and also trying to recover our biodiversity as well. Everyone present on the occasion was not only in awe of your knowledge but also greatly impressed by your presenting style. It was great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much from it.
Thank
I
you,
take
ma'am.
this opportunity to thank you on the behalf of the entire organizing committee and delegates who are
Thank you.
present here and captivated by talk. Thank you so much, ma'am. We look
Thank you,
forward,
ma'am.
forward to see
Thank
you
you, ma'am.
again. Thank you
Thank you,
so
ma'am.
much. Our next keynote address is 28th keynote address, which will be delivered by Dr. Satyendra. Since we are left some time for him to join us, I would request Muskan Data to play some movies for you, as we have a time gap in between, so we are using it as a filler. डॉक्टर सत्यनाथ को फोन किए? शानिया को मैसेज कर दे, शी इज ट्राइंग टू कॉल मी, बोलो पापा से बात कर ले, मैं कॉल नहीं ले सकती। शानिया को टेक्स्ट कर दे कि मैम इज टेकिंग द सेशन, शी कैन टॉक टू पापा। कितनी देर का वीडियो है? हाय हाय, आई लव यू फॉर दिस। सत्येंद्र नाथ। Hello, everyone. So I'm back again. Now it's time for our 28th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Satyendra Nath. Dr. Satyendra Nath, presently working as head and assistant professor in the Department of Environmental Science and NRM College of Forestry, SHUATS, Allahabad. He has joined the Department of Environmental Science and NRM College of Forestry in year 2007. Dr. Nath has completed his B.Tech Agriculture Engineering from Allahabad Agriculture Institute, University of Allahabad in the year 1997 and Masters of Engineering in Environmental Engineering from MNNIT Allahabad in 2001. He obtained his PhD degree in Environmental Engineering from Department of Civil Engineering, MNNIT Allahabad in 2008. He has worked as environmental consultant for planning and designing of water supply and sewerage system of Haryana Urban Development Authority and PHED, that is Public Health Engineering Department, Government of Haryana. His areas of specialization include water quality, environmental impact assessment, water and wastewater treatment, water quality, modeling, solid waste management, and environmental science and engineering. He is currently teaching and guiding undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral students for their project work, dissertations, and theses. He has published more than 50 research publications in international and national journals. He has guided 4 PhD and more than 40 master theses during past 12 years. He has attended more than 30 international and national conferences, training, winter schools, workshops, and refresher courses. He has he was professional member, associate editor, and reviewer of reputed international and national journals. He has received MHRD Fellowship Young Scientist Award in the year 2011 and Young Environmentalist Award 2018 and Best Teacher Award in 2019 for outstanding contribution in the field of environmental science and engineering. What an impressive CV, Dr. Nath. I must congratulate you. You are the engineer, you are the environmentalist, you are the conservationist. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है.
Thank you,
Now I
ma'am.
request Dr. Nath to start with his keynote address. So, the stage is all yours. Please go ahead.
Please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your for the session. You are inviting me as a keynote address on the particular area, and welcome you all the delegates on from the coming from the different countries. Can you? My voice is visible, audible, all of you. My voice.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir, you're audible and we can see you as well, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now start with the our presentation. Actually, I am working from the last 15 year on the area of the area of the water and wastewater treatment. And especially we have work on my PhD research work on Ganga River pollution. Now on this is particular area today we have discussed about what is the quality and quality and what are the reasons of pollutions in the particular area. During my research, I have uh, uh, done the maybe we have touched the area about Allahabad to the Vanarsi. It's one of the zone, and there that time there is no CPCB monitoring stations are there. So now we have analyzed the different water quality up to the 2 years, and we have formulated one of the index. This is known as the Ganga River Pollution Index, and they have published in one of the paper in a STEAM journal, American Society of Civil Engineering, and they have most cited paper in the particular area. And just that's the beauty of this maybe research paper. You can put your values, what are the parameter is there, and you can got the value in the index. Maybe one scoring is there. On the basis of this score, you can find out the what is the status, maybe quality of the water for the drinking, bathing, aquatic life, which quality falls under this category. So this is the one accessible. You can find out on the basis of parameter. Just you put in the value in this formula, and you can got it the value in the quality status of the particular area. Now we have start your the presentation without wasting the time, and just it is visible, all of you.
Yes, sir, it is visible. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now the topic is maybe it's one of the maybe hottest topic in the case of river pollution, and what are the solutions. And we have taken the case study of River Ganga, and what is the main change? What are the main consequences? What are the main factors are influencing the river water quality? First, we have discussed about the basically Ganga River is passing from starting from the top of the Himalaya region and come to the maybe up to the base Bengal, and this is the length of 2525. This is the total length of the River Ganga. This 2525 kilometer, and basically we are focused on the Allahabad Varanasi. Basically, Mahakumbh, and all of the bathings and activities are performed in the particular two places, Allahabad and Varanasi, is very popular places and famous places. And every year they have the Mahakumbh and Magh Mela is organized on the field of this nearby the Sangam. And most of the holy places also associated with particular. If you are talking about the Allahabad, people are asking about where is the Sangam. So definitely the name would come in light. This is known as the your Allahabad, and Banaras is also very popular and religious places. So this is the main thing we have discussed. We have taken the study for the particular studies, and the because you have everybody want take the dip, holy dip in the particular river. So on the this is the one of the major crowd. You have most of the crowd and people are they are really people, or maybe are people take the holy dip for in the maybe bathing purpose, you for the holiday or for the dip and for the bathing purposes. And on the previous record and previous data have showed the water of the this particular area is unfit for bathing purposes, and they have already so many agencies are working on the particular area. Because what are the in case of the you have discussing about the water quality of the particular region or area. So first thing, one of the important parameter we have in light. You can see one of the important parameter we can analyze. On the basis of this parameter, we can say this water quality is deteriorated or maybe it's not fit for other purposes. So if one of the parameter is known as the biochemical oxygen demand. So this in very common way you can say the how much oxygen is required to decompose the organic matter. This is represent the BOD, biochemical oxygen. One another parameter is dissolved oxygen, amount of basically um, amount of oxygen present in the water. They can represent by the DO, and BOD is another one. So this is the level exceed 3 milligram per liter. This is the if your BOD level is higher, definitely they can indicator of the one of the pollution. And you can see most of the and September 4, 2004 Times of India have reported this is a this level as reaches to 6.4 milligram per liter. It can vary. It maybe if dilution of the water is more than BOD will be minimized, and sometimes if flow and other flows also affecting quantum of water is also affecting the both. So several parameters also influencing the BOD level. The another is the coliform bacteria. If maybe we can also represent by the coliform bacteria is Mallikarjun 2003. They have reported maybe 2 lakh MPN against the national water quality standard. So this is the one of the coliform bacteria, maybe MPN per 100 ml. How much are there? So these are the another parameter we have more focused. You can see this is the one of the figure. It's very clear about the how Ganga pollutions can be defined or they can represent what are the reasons. Each and everything are given in the same table. What are the pollution are generated? The mention above, these are the main cause of the organic waste, sewage, trucks, polythene, cans, other food, maybe foods, and human and remain. Different several activities are associated due to the pollution. And what are the reason? Another reason you can find out the rapidly increasing population. Also, if population load is increasing, so definitely if your demand of water will be more, then if demand of the water may be more, it means you have generating more and more waste water. It's very clear in a thumb rule. If you are taking 100 liter, you have taking one person utilize 100 liters basically demand per day. They have including drinking and other purposes. So this demand can be maybe ranges from the rural area to urbanized and metro cities. Maybe it reaches up to 200 liters per capita per day. This is 80% of its a wastewater. If you are taking actual 80% is a wastewater, it means you have taking 100 liters. It means 20 liter actual consumption, 80 liter is becoming wastewater. Where is wastewater goes to? Definitely it goes to the from the sewer drains, another maybe another system, and if they have accumulated and goes to the maybe water bodies, any water bodies, this is the one of the major reasons from the increasing of the population. Another reason is rising of the standard living. If your standard living is higher, then we are not minimizing the pollution. We have the clearly increase the pollution level. Either you have take anywhere. We have maybe in case of solid waste management, you have take the water, we have take the wastewater, you have take the another area. Definitely they can also generate the pollution. Exponential growth of the these are the key parameter, key indicators. They are influencing the pollution in the river. So this is the exponential growth of the industrialization. Industrialization, how can correlate with the industrializations to the increasing the pollution level? Definitely, this is the from this two way we can say this we can express the things in a two way. One is the domestic, where we generated from the houses, and another is the industrial wastewater. They are generating from the specific industry. The industries maybe what are the industry in the particular area. They have all maybe iron industry, other maybe different type of industries are going, and they have required quantum of water. So this is one of the major reasons to generate the waste. Urbanization is the one of the major cause. City or maybe area is urbanization. Maybe have huge population and other people are coming from the outside or maybe have settled down, and growth and development also one of the increasing cause. And pollution, definitely pollution is the another of pollution. Any type of pollution they have also affect the maybe in a river of pollution. And causes, maybe if you see the causes, maybe waterborne disease, like if the water is polluted, definitely they have generated the sometime maybe waterborne disease, and waterborne disease maybe have hepatitis, you can say typhoid, cholera, dysentery, and other associated gastrointestinal disease are also associated with a particular area, and maybe it's leading to the 80% health problem. One third of that, maybe it's a maybe you can say this is a 80% all health problem associated with the health. Simply, you have take the you are going from the outside. Everybody use the packed water bottle. It means what do you mean? It means this very clear. If you are taking packed water bottle, so definitely you are sure water is pure, and pure is the indicator of purity. So it is a we have safer side. We have safer side from the waterborne disease. If another you can express the sources of the pollution, point sources and non-point sources. It's very clear about point sources. They are identified sources. These are the identified sources, and non-point sources are basically if you have you cannot identify. This is maybe it can be they are runoff from the agriculture field, maybe open defecations, maybe you can say dumping of animal carcasses, runoff during the rainy season. And point sources are definitely they have know that this is the generation of the so point sources easy to calculate how much quantum of wastewater generated in the particular area and how much quantity are generated. So easy to assess and easy to find out how the quantity of what are the going into the water bodies, maybe water bodies like lake, river, and other places. So they are coming from two places, maybe industrial waste. They are directly associated with the industries. Another thing, municipal waste is municipal sewage. The first thing is very clear. Maybe you have a sewage if maybe sewage is the wastewater, we can express the things in a particular way. And sewerage system, sewerage and sewage system is two things. It's very clear about sewage as to wastewater and sewerage system to carry the wastewater. Those wastewater carrying from the any system, this is known as the sewerage system. So this is about a municipal wastewater, at least 80%, and 15% is the about the billions per liters per day is the municipal sewage, and 15% is the 260 million liter per day from the industrial waste. And where you can see if this is if you see the industrial waste composing, maybe it can be denoted by or maybe like expressed by the what are the parameters, maybe ammonium sulfide, heavy metal, bleach, dye, pesticide, HCl. If we are coming from the any industry, industries are using from different purposes, different way. So these are the heavy. If you go for the industrial waste, you can get the heavy metals are the very one of the important pesticides we are using in the agriculture field. Maybe other HCl from the laboratories and other salts, and these are the basically in a form of the liquid waste. And another you can say from they are also generating from the fertilizer industry, pharmaceutical industries, electronic plants, textile, maybe pulp and paper. All are that they also generating the huge quantity of the industrial waste. And this picture is very clear about what are the pollution and how to pollution raises and what are the reasons and how to what are the contributions. Now you can see the Ganga. Maybe this is the one of the about the going how many drains are coming. This is a pictorial diagram. They have representing how they starting from the river Ganga from the Gangotri, and this is the last point. And this total length of the river is very, everybody can remember this is 25. This is the total length of the river, and in between you can they have also represent maybe how much Uttar Pradesh, maybe Uttar Pradesh they have covering maybe 1,000 kilometers, and in between we have a 45 drains in case of, because 29 cities and towns are nearby the rivers border river Ganges. So major contributors are maybe in, you can see 45 drains, maybe this is the drains are identified, and you can find out 25 drains in Bihar and 54 drains in Jharkhand. And you can see this is the Allahabad and Varanasi is the major one of the regions, and we are, and Kanpur. If you're starting from the Kanpur, basically they are the hub of the industrial belts, and most of the you can find out that some newspaper and other things that during the Magh Mela and Kumbh Mela, the monitoring of they show maybe huge quantity of waste generating from the of the wastewater. They are basically leather industries are one of the major contributors because they have using ISTTP, effluent treatment plant from the treating of wastewater. After treatment, they have discharged. Maybe sometime reports are come. They are maybe industries are directly discharged to wastewater into the water body. This is one of the major reasons also creating the major pollution in the particular area. And you can say this is one of the Yamuna river is also you can see this is in Allahabad. They have confluence of the Ganga and Yamuna river. They have maybe marking. You can see this is a particular area there where you have the you can see the confluence of Ganga and river Yamuna river. If a confluence is there, the quantum of the water is huge, and definitely this Ganga and Yamuna, this is known as this is a mixing and confluence area is known as the Sangam. So the people are more they take the holiday in the particular region or particular area. This is about the pictorial diagram of this is the contribution, how much contribution are there, maybe in the particular from the in the river Ganges. You can see this picture is also creating maybe Uttarakhand is the length of the river is the 450 kilometers, and maybe 14 drains are there, and 440 MLD. This is MLD is a million liters per day. The quantity of each water generated, maybe discharged into water bodies through the 14 drains. This is the 440. And you can say the Uttar Pradesh contribute 1,000 kilometers, and 44 drains are there, and they are generating 3,270 kil MLD million liters per day, and Bihar having a 4 not. This is the maybe every state how much maybe length of river is passes from the particular states. This is Bihar having a 405 and 25 trains are there and 580 MLD is contributing. Jharkhand is only 40 kilometers, but we are very less, and we are maybe small patches there. So we have maybe drain from very lesser drain. There's no drain, and from the during the research, and West Bengal having a this is 520 kilometers. So this is about that they have 54 drains. So this is they have contributing 1,700 MLD. So you can see the maybe UP having a 3,270. If you're increasing or decreasing order, maybe you have the first decreasing order is maybe Jharkhand, then go for the Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh, maybe then West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh are there. So this is the it's very clear. And basically another is numerous hydel power project. Maybe flow is also due to the maybe decrease due to the hydropower projects are going on the particular hilly regions. So this is they have flow is control, and maybe this is the another. If flow is more and water is more, definitely the chances of the pollution is very less. It's very clear about. You can see this is maybe they have reported in 85 maybe 25 towns in the particular CPCB. This is known as the Central Pollution Control Board survey report. They have reported 25 towns, and they have municipal sewage are generated in 25 towns. In 1985, they have that time they have contributed 1,340 million liters per day. So this is the you can see so many changes. If you see this is the report, and you can find out the you can add all the things maybe 3, 4, and this is the more than 6,000 liters millions per day. Apart, you can see this is the apart from sewage. Sewage is they are generating from the domestic waste. They are generating from the houses and other household, and from this is known as if are generating from the house, they have known as the domestic sewage. And maybe apart from this sewage, they have maybe industry is having a 260 MLD of industrial wastewater, and maybe it's a part 6 million tons of the fertilizers and 9,000 tons of pesticides used in the agriculture purposes nearby the basin and particular regions. So this is the one of the major effect on the deterioration of the quality. And out of this was each 73 million liters per day, maybe 60% we are taken up the first piece. This is the maybe this is the 65%, maybe 873 million liters per day. They have if you go, total contribution is 65%. This is the first phase. We have maybe Ganga. This is the Ganga Yamuna. This is Ganga Action Plan starting the first phase, second phase, and now is the Namami Gange. This is going on different. The government are very serious about the river pollutions. So they have always maybe awareness, maybe different treatment technologies. They are focused on the minimize the pollution level. Now they have certainly they have changes. You can see you can find out the changes, and most of the report you can find out the during the COVID time. Most of the report are coming maybe Ganga and maybe river maybe lesser pollution and level of the DOD is minimized and DO is higher. So it means it's very clear about if we are discharging of the wastewater in the river, maybe industries and other thing lesser, then definitely they have some certain amount we have regulated and we have minimized the pollution. They maybe action plan maybe also addresses maybe interception and treatment target. At 787 in the first phase, they have taken about 873 MLD, and they have due to it, they have provided certain treatment technology and diversions, and they have several systems they are adopting. And they also river flow 29 cities a population link above the 10 lakh. So this is the previous data they have reported by the Central Pollution Control Board in the first phase of the Ganga Action Plan. You can see what is the causes of pollution in Ganga. We have definitely this is the important because domestic sewage is represented 80% of the total waste and 15% is industrial waste. So it means the major contributor is the domestic waste. And basically these are they are basically generated from the houses, domestic use like bathing, laundry, public defecation, sewage waste, unburned dead bodies to in Ganga River. And You can, this is the one of the major reasons. What are they using in the from houses, from a different activities, different purposes? Definitely they have increased the level of the pollution. And Patna and Varanasi city are more responsible water Ganga pollution, and these are the 80% sewage waste are responsible of water pollution. This is a, if you see, this is the Patna and Varanasi having it. Now they have so many changes are happening. They have tappings and treatment plants are maybe they have establishing, and where we have another, they have find out the drains and other things. So they are work, maybe the states are working particular to control the river pollution. Industrial waste also one of the basically every state having a own industries nearby the river water bodies or maybe away from the river, but these water is directly after treatment they have discharged into the particular area. So Ganga River, maybe basically we are talking about Uttarakhand to West Bengal, and chemical in between we have find out so many chemical plants, textile mill, paper mill, fertilizer plants, and maybe leather industries and hospital waste. Maybe basically this is known as the biomedical waste. Hospital waste, one of the another uh, creatures of the pollution, and these are the 20% responsible from the different water pollution, industrial waste, and 20% maybe waste are the maybe solid or liquid waste. If you're dumping solid waste nearby the river bodies, they definitely one of the major contributors. Solid waste is nothing. They have what they are using in the from the houses or from the industry, maybe different purposes, and these are the basically. If you're dumping side nearby the water bodies, definitely they have decomposed and and leaches are going to the river water bodies and maybe water bodies. Definitely they have creating the huge pollution because leaches, you doesn't know what is the characteristics of the leaches. It's a very difficult analysis. So these are the also one of the major important aspects. You can see the Ganga River channel in India. This is the, you can find out the from the Kanpur city have given the 399. This is the, they started from the Gangotri, and this is the channel. You can find out that this is channel of Allahabad, and they're passing to the Varanasi and Bihar, and they have got to go to the Howrah and Calcutta. So you can see this is a sewage waste water discharge into the Kanpur. It's a 339.3 MLD per day, and you can see the sewage waste discharge from the Allahabad city is a 208. So in between, you can find out the more than 550 MLDs per day in Allahabad to the Kanpur. If you go for the if you Varanasi, this is 187 wastewater sewage wastewater discharge from the Varanasi city, and then they can increase the maybe 700 more than 725 MLD per day. So Patna, you have a lesser one, but 249 is great, more than from the Varanasi. And you can then go to the Calcutta, and this city in this 618 point MLD per liter. And you see the water discharge in the Howrah city itself, 136 point million liter per day. So you can find out that in Allahabad to Varanasi, they have 750 MLD, and the stretch of the maybe almost in the aerial distance, it's a lesser the channel, and maybe 250 and above kilometers. So they are carrying huge quantity of the wastewater. This is about the news and other thing. You can find out the standard parameter and coliform level, Holly River and Holly Mess. You can. This is picture is also clearing in how much MPN level is. Maybe MPN is the most prevalent number of bacteria. How much they are present in the, they are causes, they have creating pollution, maybe waterborne disease. So you can see the situation of the in Kanpur. This is a 2.4 lakhs MPN per 100 ml. So it may be they have, you can find out sewage. This is 280 and 170 MLD is there. If you see the actual maybe higher concentration, higher values. In case of Allahabad, they have reported 10,000 MPN per 100 ml, and this is about the maybe interesting fact. This is the, if it more than, this is the allowable, they have reached the more than the allowable limit. Maybe this is the another, you can find out the 350 MLD in case of Patna, and 1.5 to 2 lakhs MPN per 100 ml, and 35,000 in maybe This is the maybe in Patna, and you can also find out Calcutta is they have increased the quantity will be 1.65 to 2 lakhs mpn per 100 ml. So this is the main reasons, and what are the factors, what are the issues are associated for the pollution. We have already discussed about the maybe previous slide. It's what are the impact of pollution? What if this is the basically we have discussing this is the reason and other thing, but basically the know what are the impacts of the pollution. They definitely maybe if you are increasing the pollution, directly impact on the aquatic life, because in a river water body so many aquatic life are surviving. If you are less more and more pollution, definitely they are harm to the aquatic life, and if you are they have harm to the aquatic life as well as well as they have also one of the impact to the ecosystem related to the aquatic ecosystem or river ecosystem. Um, Maybe another is the irrigation and hydroelectric dam give the struggle life, their life to cycle. So one of the if you irrigation and hydroelectric dams given a struggle, basically the purpose of this one, if the flow is very lesser, so definitely survival is very difficult, because maybe if flow and maybe this water is more in the river, so definitely all of maybe they have one of the major contributors to lesser to if there more and more water, fresh water is there. So this is the minimize the pollution level, and because most of the organism or ecosystem can survive with the fresh water system. Another threat to the aquatic life, maybe how to threaten to the life, maybe construction of dam along the river basin. So this is also one, if dam water is stored is there. So maybe definitely directly, indirectly, maybe quantity of the water stored. It means what are the actual quantity has come in the river. It may be cold. So this is the another issues, and they are also hazardous for the river water bodies and systems. Maybe one of the Dev maybe 1,000 hectare of the forest, maybe 40 Bell Dam at the Dev Prayag was submerged with the 1,000 hectare of the forest. These are the data are maybe they have also alarming, and these are the effect on the change the if you are this is the things, if you are more and more waste water, maybe sewage water, definitely they harm or maybe change the situation. They and also affect the human life and maybe aquatic life. Those are they have is directly or indirectly affect on the environment. What are the impact of the human being? Basically, if you go for the if you're taking from the water from the drinking purposes and are directly you have taken, but definitely waterborne disease are the major creatures, and maybe they have creating maybe different type of waterborne disease, maybe dysentery, cholera, hepatitis, or are the severe issues are generated, and they have basically they lead to the reason of the death in children. What if you are taking untreated water, if you are putting unhygienic water. So another is the religious factors, also one of the asanas and other things, maybe during times, maybe how all of the religious activities, also a few maybe contributors of the pollutions, and particularly religious activities performed during the different times. So maybe so, this is the one of the maybe Kumbh and other things. So these are maybe if huge populations are there, definitely. So if this is the populations is also affect in the particular region or area from the particular time. So these are also generating the quantum of the waste. And if you have people are not aware, they have discharged, maybe have directly thrown away the food and food material, leaves and other essential things. They have also lead to the pollution in the river. Increasing pollution load in the river Yamuna and Ganga 2001 to 2012. They have given the what are the data. They're starting from the Kannauj. They have two. This is the 2001. This is the BOD. I have already told the BOD is the biochemical oxygen demand. In 2002, 2001 is the 3.3, and they have increased up to the 1.6. The data of the BOD is 2012. This is the 4.9. It means definitely it's a situation maybe increase the value. It means the pollution are there itself. The data can reflect the values. So 2000 fecal coliform maybe 7,763 in 2000, in 2012. It means at that time if maybe monitoring is not there or data is not present. They have in 2012 they have reported this one. Kanpur maybe 5.2 in 2001. Maybe after 10 years, or maybe 11 years, you can change the, maybe it's doubling, maybe 5.2 to 8.8, it may be doubling. 2012, maybe 27,400 fecal coliform. Allahabad, you can see this is slightly increased, maybe 2001 and 2012, because maybe certain reasons are there, because from your Kanpur, you have taken the data of Kanpur to the Allahabad, there is river which is there, and self-purification system in the river. River self, maybe they have regenerate, and the total system, they can clean the water, or maybe this the dilution of oxygens and other things. They have increase the level of DO. Definitely, if DO is increasing, it means it is a maybe clear indication. Maybe water is lesser polluted, and BOD will be also maybe minimized. You can see the Patna. This is the maybe slightly you can vary it. Maybe it's just double of what are the 2001 and 2009. Um, this is the data. And maybe Allahabad, you can find out the totality of Allahabad. They can represent 2001 is a 2 and 2.4. And fecal coliform is very less in comparison to the from the other places. And this from 2001, Agra having a data of 25.1. And Varanasi, this is the now to this 2012 is not available. In Varanasi, you can find out the this is interesting. So it interesting fact. This 2001 11.8 and 5.3. It means so many work and treatment systems adopt done by the government, and definitely they can result is very impressive, and they have lesser polluted. So it means that just this this treatment technologies and other things, tapping, domestic wastewater diversions, and all other factors are also. In fact, this is the one of the good sign, but they have the value is increasing, maybe it's decreasing, maybe within the it's not within the permissible, but it's very impressive result. Now come to the scenario at Allahabad, because we have our own research and we have performed the test and other things. So we have taken the example of Allahabad, and this is about the, you can see the nearby the Ganga rivers, and maybe Ganga and Sangam regions are there. You can find out the how many drains, and then not this is the particular people are throwing a polythene and other thing. Maybe always government is aware the people, so you don't do, but maybe maybe people are coming and they have do the such type of activities and other things. You can find out that time is very less, maybe during the time, maybe summertime, maybe very less flow, and one of the channel and maybe flow of the river is very less in quantity. The people are maybe just passed by the just walking, and they have traveling by the bicycle, and they have moving. And this is drain. This is a drain means they have identify, and you can easy to calculate and easy to find out how much water discharge, this water discharge in the particular water body. So you can find out the polythene, another thing. This is another you have seen in the drains. The water is going to the. This is one of the major reasons to the pollution, and you can see this is a picture of different. Scenario at the Mirzapur. Mirzapur is the one of the another place we have different ghats are there. They what are the actual status? They have also reported in the particular one of the place. Maybe Khandwa Nala is there Mirzapur, and they have six. They plant the capacity one of the plant is established nearby this area, and this is a 6 MLD, and maybe raw sewage they have treated, and they from the particular place, and maybe Ramgaya is not tapped, they have directly. So this is the showing the what are the major causes, and what are the major solutions, and what are the activities are generating the particular area. Maybe Vindhyachal is a one of the religious place, and maybe washing, what are the major reason is washing of clothes, bathing, use of detergents at raw water intake point go unupdated. So these are the major drains, and what are the actual status in particular place of the Mirzapur. Now, this is about your the most of the. You can see the Bisandapur Nala and Mirzapur have the status. You can maybe 3 to 4. They have measured by the 3 to 4 MLD of raw sewage directly discharged into the water bodies. So these now they have so many activities. There are so many system are nowadays are establishing. So definitely the previous data is there. Maybe some slightly maybe change. It's maybe after the treatment system is maybe established in the particular area. So maybe they are people are maybe awareness and other things also minimize the pollution level, and treatment plant is also play a key role. So after treatment, definitely if a treatment is done, maybe suspended solid or BOD level will be minimized. After the, if you're within the permissible level, they can discharge into water bodies. So it means the lesser pollution, maybe lesser impact there, particular in the area. You can see the scenario of the Varanasi. Uh, this is the pollution. This is the pollution status in Varanasi. 30 polluted nala flow in the Ganga River from the Varanasi city within the 7 kilometers. This is another impressive. Maybe you can see this is 30 nala, and maybe because most of the ghats are there, so maybe smaller drain and bigger drains are there. They can in the 7.5 kilometers, the 30 polluted nala are already identified. BOD level at Varanasi is a 4.5 milligram per liter. You can see this is the actual situations. Now they are nowadays they are most of the in the control they have tab. This is a previous situation. That time maybe now maybe situation is entirely different. Most of the drains are tabbed and other things are maybe treated and things. So quality of water status is now very good in the particular area in the water, and the government is working particular. This is previous pictures, and nowadays situation is entirely changed. Now, what are the now come to the major points? We have discussing about we have developed our own index during my research time. So they basically the purpose of the index is to identify the what are the actual status of the river water quality in the particular Allahabad, Mirzapur, and Varanasi in city. So this is the one of the we have performed maybe qualitative analysis, GRPI development and classification of stitch for the different purposes. So because GRPI is known as the Ganga River Pollution Index, and this is the one of the um, indicators, and they can easy to express all the things in the single value. If you are getting the if you are take as a teacher, you have taken conduct the examination from the different subjects. Definitely after the you taking the examination, and you have give the total marks in the percentage, how much percentage student are getting from the, if you are getting 90%, okay, another 85%. This is if you I can ask if a 95 or 85 or 80%, so you can give the 95%. The person is the topper, first topper, the second topper, and third topper. Like here, we can also accumulated all the parameters and develop with the different opinion techniques. We can use previous uh, index, and the basis of what is the law, what is the flaw in the other index. Then we have modified the index, and we have developed in the particular region or a state. So these are the they have published. I have already told the research paper published in the particular area, and very popular. And most of the citations we have received particular in this. In the this is a basically this is a published in American Society of Civil Engineers, the prestigious journal in the world. So this they have this is the things. Um, Maybe they can represent the what are the values, and on the values of you can get the value, you can easy to calculate and easy to classify the any from the any study. This is about the monitoring session. We have taken the monitoring 1 to 12 sessions, and or 1 to the 6th session is basically in the Allahabad, and 2 session in Mirzapur, and 5 station. This is the 3 stations are in the particular area of the Varanasi, and total stretch we have covered 185 kilometers, and especially what are we can our objective is how to what are the current what is status of the particular river in the particular region or area on the stretch. So this is the study performed in the particular 2004 to 2006, maybe 2 years almost, and number session we have calculated 12, and parameter we analyzed 17 parameter have taken from the study, and frequency of the sampling is a 15 days. We have collect the data in the particular place and go and collect and analyze in the laboratory, and total data generated maybe 10,200. This val this data can be utilized from the development index, and you can see that is an important parameter. Those are a very important parameter on the basis of different judges or different experts. Then we have decided these parameters very important. We are starting with the turbidity, total hardness, and pH, and maybe few parameters related to the heavy metal, chromium, copper, lead, and zinc. An important parameter dissolve and BOD and total coliform. These are the parameters utilized from the. You can say what are the that time what are the situation of the minimum and maximum of particular reasons, because you have taken, so we can find out the BOD maybe sometime maximum 222, and maybe in the particular area of Allahabad, and this is the we have reached maximum, and minimum sometime we are getting 0.7, 0.8, and this is the minimum. And mean value is 4.9 to the this is the they have ranges between 4 to 5, 4 to 6, and MPN is also getting very high value in the particular, maybe on an average you can say the 13,000 or almost 8 to 7,000 to 13,000. The pH is almost in an alkaline range, or most of the pH is neutral. And the chloride is within the permissible limit. Turbidity is basically the purpose of the turbidity. We are taking the data because we are more focused about the what are the how much how much turbid water is there. Maybe this is the indicator of the turbidity. If water is very maybe you cannot see water in the naked eye, and maybe it's in a glass jar. But this is the high is indicator of high turbidity. And turbidity can be also defined 1 gram silica sand dissolved in 1 liter, and this is the represent the 1 NTU. Basically, this is the nepro turbidity unit is the we can represent. Other data can be represented by the milligram per liter. You can sulfate is the within range, and propyl solid is a maybe this is the maximum range is 1,500. So we have most of the data are the within the range, and this is river water bodies, and the sun maybe T and total level nitrogen is also within the permissible limit. And this is the station wise, and you can see the different station wise what are the data have taken from the up to the from Banarsi, and this is the 10th, 11, and 12. This is the region of the Banarsi, and most of the values are in Banarsi. They are very less. This is the BOD level. So it means very less means lesser pollution are there. From the own research, we haven't find out the particular time. And this is the formulation of Ganga River Pollution Index. Basically, I have the detail is given, maybe research paper published in American Society of Civil Engineers, Journal of Environmental, and these are the detail. And on the basis of significance, what are the importance of the parameters, and what are the from the basically we have categorized the water in the different drinking, bathing, aquatic life. So they have significance level we are getting from the expert opinion. We are using from the Delphi techniques for the assessing the we are extracting the information by the different experts. They belong from the academics, they belong from the health side, they belong from the pollutions, they belong from the different authorities. Those are working in the particular IITs, NITs, the different maybe ministries people. Those are basically engage or maybe they are associated with this work. Then he give the what are the parameter. You have a priority basis. This is the if you are taking the water quality data, then this is the if your parameter is identified, you have sorted out. We have taken the 50 parameter, they are sorted out by the different opinions. Then ultimately they give the who is the first one. The ranking one is the chromium is the highest because there's a heavy metal, then BOD, lead, MPN, dissolved. These are the maybe lesser contributors are according to significance level. This is the sulfate 2.4, and pollution weight will be accordingly we have calculated on the with the significance level. How evolution of Ganga River water quality? Definitely. This is the classification is based on the different, these are the different author, maybe it may be 20s author, they have given own directives from the country, out of the country, from the European Union, WHO standard, Indian BIS standard. So on the basis of, we have classified the parameters from the aquatic life. We have taken domestic and other, but we have reported here the, if your data will be dissolved, oxygen will be 8 and BOD will less than 1 and pH will be within the range, chloride will be less than 20 and temperature will be 20 to 27. So it means if your data will be in this range, it may be we have fall under the class 1 excellent category. But if your data will be less than 2 maybe 2 milligram per liter, BOD will be 15 and the pH will be high 5 to 10, and this is the chloride will be higher than 500 and 30, temperature will be more than 38. So it's maybe it's a severely polluted, because the data has taken by the different agencies. On the basis we have classified what are the data for according to this range. So this is the range can be easy to assess and easy to calculate. If your data, then you can easy to express the things accordingly, and you can put the data into the your formula and you can got it. So on the basis of GRPI, we have find out the they have calculation on the GRPI value. We have classified drinking purpose, bathing purpose, and aquatic life. This is the three important parameter, and they have divided by the excellent to the severely polluted in between class 1, class 2, class 3, and class 4 and class 5. So if you have a greater range, you can, if you can say water is maybe either very excellent, maybe acceptable, slightly polluted, moderately polluted, severely polluted on the basis of this data. And if your scale index value will be range fall under 0 to 10 in case of drinking purposes, then is excellent. And if acceptable means your data will be fall into the 11 to 28, and slightly polluted means your data will be fall under the category of 29 to 51, and this and your moderately polluted may be 51 to 69. This is this scale will be the work from the 0 to 100. If your maybe your totality of the value, total if each parameter, and you have put into the parameter values into your the index, this can be expressed. If you have more values, definitely more indicator values there, it may be related to the pollutions, and lesser indicator values, it may be they have expressed the clean and acceptable water quality, maybe excellent water quality. In case of bathing, maybe have a similar range is changed. If you're severely polluted in the case of bathing, maybe above 85, then this is you can say the different sections, different range are there, and on the basis of use calculation, we can find out the which category where what is the range is there. Aquatic life case, maybe if above 85, this is the water is severely polluted, and if you're 0 to 9, then it's excellent and slightly polluted, 29 to 53. We applied the data and category wise they have calculated, and we have give the which of the water are basically falls under the which class. So most of the third or second, third, and fourth. In case of winter, in GFI value, in case of from the station of Allahabad, fourth means it means the bathing purposes. You can simply say this is the this is the range between 60 to 85. Moderately polluted is there, but most of the places we can find out the value is acceptable in the range, or maybe sometimes slightly polluted. So this is slightly an acceptable range, maybe, but we are not find out a very excellent quality is there never found in the particular place. It means maybe they falls into second, third, and fourth. This is the aquatic life. For the aquatic life, you can find out the water is acceptable. Maybe your aquatic organism or ecosystem may be survive in the particular sampling station. Now we can also few maybe it's very popular. Everybody knows this treatment technologies. Basically, we are talking about the conceptual wetland, and we are not talking about very high and other technologies. from our end, you can do the exercises, you can do the research from your places. Those are belonging maybe environmental engineering, maybe chemistry, or maybe other background. Those are interested. So we can do the how much pollution can be controlled, and what are the system, what are the technologies adopted. So we are talking about a very listed, or maybe you can in the cheaper technologies you can perform in your maybe from your, if your university, your colleges and other thing, you do the also exercises, or you can do the other experiments. Then your experiment will be maybe accordingly, maybe sometime your result will be very impressive, and these results can be used from the different research papers, and your data will be, especially what are the data is generated from the research, is a highly important. You can you can use this data from the publication, from the you can also, if you're you can go through the different technology and system. If technology is cheaper, everybody can adopt. If I'm taking, you can use this is the reactor. If cost of the reactor maybe 50 lakhs or maybe 1 crore, it's very difficult task. So better we can start with the simplest technology and simplest way where we are easy to adopt. And what are the pollution you can control? If you are domestic wastewater generator and you have passed from the systems, and ultimately how much change in the water quality. So easy to assess and easy to explain. This is one of the on-site semi-centralized system. This is the system maybe you have talking about the center, maybe constructed wetland. You have constructed wetland. You have maybe low flush and toilet, shower, kitchen sinks. Water is the you can go, and primary treatment. This is from this is two treatments are maybe every treatment plants having a primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment. The secondary, most of the places secondary treatment we have known as the biological treatment. So maybe you have a certain biological treatment, maybe industries having RBCs are there, treating filters are there, activated flush process are there, maybe USBR are there. So a lot of technologies, but better we can start with the what are the we have a very cheaper and maybe easy to assess, easy to do exercises, easy to do research in the particular places. So this is the primary treatment. What are the water is going on with different maybe low plus toilet, shower, kitchen sink water are going, and primary treatment. Maybe you have a some they have settled down. What are the solids particle, or maybe you have any grit chamber are there you can establish, or maybe primary treatment you remove the suspended maybe particles. We have settled down with the time. If the higher particles and the higher density is there, maybe weight, and then they can settle down, and water is passes wastewater is passes through the constructed pattern, and you can very simple and inspection chamber is there and out. You can go through the what are the change in the, maybe you hold from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe 10 days, 15. What are changes due to the maybe the plants are you have grown in the particular construction wetland. There's so many plants nowadays. A different type of research is going on. They have for the plant how much they can remove. Maybe sometime phytoremediation, other technologies people are adopting. So these are the one of the things you can do. Go for the. This is a picture of the particular. This is the horizontal picture. This is the semi-centralized. This is a picture how to construct, and easy. Basically they are very easy and easy to do the exercises, and there's no need of any maybe cost wise is also, if you had performed from the research, cost wise is also cheaper in comparison to the other treatment technologies. They are the, maybe if you are settled down, you have removed the maybe septic tank, in hot tank, and or a big buffalo. So this is one of the, this is in this case constructive wetland, we have a certain time of bacteria are working, aerobic, anaerobic, and facultative. This is in case of the very depth is maybe in a construction wetland depth is more. So it means it's very clear about the system. If this is a facultative bacteria, one condition, aerobic, top of the this is the aerobic region are there, maybe below this is facultative, and last one is very less amount of oxygen. This is the anaerobic region, there is absence of the oxygen. Then do the exercise and water is passed to the groundwater recharge. This is the, if you're this type of small unit, you can use houses, you can do the exercise, and after that you can check the water quality and directly groundwater discharge there. So another benefit, you can recharge the water quality, and you have provided the charcoal and the sedimentation, maybe gravel and other thing. There's also filtration, one of the process. And after filtration, we have removed the most of the filtrations. They are very popular in the water technologies on from the treatment technologies. One is the previously maybe ancient times they are using a filtration process, maybe a their filter, the charcoal, sand, and gravel are using from the filtration of the water. Basically, this filtration can remove in the 99%, more than 90 to 99% pathogenic waterborne pathogenic bacteria. So this is another thing. We have also a treatment, another process. We can remove one, and they have utilized from the recharging of the and process. You can see the water or irrigation or aquaculture. You can also use this water. This is a horizontal flow. This is known as the for the principal design. Basically, this is known as horizontal flow. Maybe where we can use the large gravel, and in the basis, basically there are large gravel is there and sandfill channel, and you can plot maybe they have and this is the horizontal flow. They have required maybe gravel and sandfill channel. Maybe channel is maybe this is your channel, and you can provide the systems, and you have grow the aquatic vegetations, and the water passes from the this channel. This is basically this horizontal flow having a depth is there, and this is known as the mainly anaerobic conditions are there. These are the anaerobic conditions also creating maybe the anaerobic bacteria are working to decompose the organic materials are present in the particular. So this is the if you remove the BOD level, definitely this is a and water is passed through the filter media, and your particle and microorganism can be removed by this technology. And this is the one of the Morel and Dinner have given 2006. This is this technology, and you can also do this technology and vertical flow. Basically, you can see this is the basically the material is a gravel and sand filter, and another is a aquatic organism, maybe aquatic vegetation, and pump or siphon of the wastewater over the whole filter surface and put higher O2 injection. Basically, we have providing this type of slope, and we have after this is the material and drainage pipe are we are providing with the slope of 1%. Basically, a slope is maybe flow of the water. What are the water accumulated? They can pass out. If flow is there, maybe gravitational force due to the gravitational force due to the gravity, the water is passed out and vertically drained through the filter layers and basically drainage system at the bottom. So these are the system we can adopt. Basically, aquatic plants you can use. This is one of the sand is the given 40-20 centimeter, and gravel they have provided gravel sizes depend upon the different designs, and these designs can be easy. Maybe you have a certain maybe several designs are available in the books, and they are the very cheapest, and you can do the exercises. Basically, purpose how to minimize the level of the pollution. Purpose is very clear, and free water flow, and this is known as the basically they are all the construction wetland, and they are basically water inlet in the particular channel, and this is maybe aquatic plant, and this is microphytes, and they have passes about the outlet and rhizomes basically here, and water slowly they have maybe sometime water they are particulate matter settle down, and basic they can remove maybe different way. You can do the different exercise. You have changed the plants and other things. You have a certain options are there. So you can do this exercise, and you have a space and other thing is there. So definitely it can be easy to grow, and you can this is my idea. This is the my suggestion is there. You can, but what are the outlets there? You can also check the what are the change in the water quality or water characteristics. Definitely, you may measure pH, ECTDS, alkalinity, hardness, total dissolved solid, and BOD, COD, and these parameters can be you can analyze, and easy that it can be give the clear result how much pollution can be removed. So ultimately, you have a lesser cost and lesser system is there. So easy to do the exercises on the particular area. No, what are the treatment efficiency? Maybe this is a horizontal construction wetland having this is a benefit, maybe high reduction in BOD and suspended solid. Our purpose in a treatment plants, like water treatment plant, be how much reduce your the BOD. If your BOD will be 25 milligram per liter, if this is a horizontal flow, reduce your, if the motive is reduce the BOD level, it means you go for the horizontal construction wetland. And they have also removed the suspended solids, there are and pathogens. The vertical flow is also, they have removed the high radiation in BOD and solid, and it's totally depend upon your size, your what are the parameter you have analyzed, what are the system you have, how much land are there. So accordingly, you can do the exercise. You have a compare the study with the horizontal, vertical, and freshwater flow. So this is a next is the free surface. There's a high removal of suspended solid and moderate removal, maybe in comparison to moderate removal of pathogens, this is the nutrients and pollutants such as heavy metal. So this is a free surface. You are going from the heavy metal removal, you can adopt the free surface flow. If you want the high radiation in BOD, then you go for the horizontal and vertical flow. So this is the one of the, without measuring, without analysis, you cannot say what are the performance of the particular construction wetland. Applicability is the maybe this can be where we can use maybe secondary or tertiary treatment process, black and brown gray water. You can this is a treatment. If your tertiary treatment maybe have for most of the places we are in Indian scenario, we are using primary and secondary treatment, and for maybe some developed maybe developed countries, they are using tertiary treatment. Tertiary treatment maybe a water will be as become as a maybe drinkable purposes. So these are the and this is the advances of technology, because at tertiary treatment we use the maybe chlorine, ozone, maybe ozone, other things. So basically the purpose of using chlorine and other things to kill the microorganisms. If you're using chlorine, so basically they to kill the microorganisms present in the water and wastewater. So definitely we have do the such type of activities. But what is your motto? What is your objective? It's a very important. Maybe another is adequate strategy and Olympic factors, space and cost. If you have because they have construction wetland has required space and maybe other things. So you can also think about this as particular area. This is basically the construction wetland is a natural system. They can you have not required any electricity, so you are not reliant until we have other treatment plant system have required electricity in a bigger treatment plant. If there no electricity is there, definitely it will be failed. So this is the another maybe natural process are there. Maybe we are saving the electricity, or maybe we are not. Maybe if you have totally you have designed the system like a gravity flow and other thing. So this is the one of the benefit, and there's no need of you can go through the plant and other thing grow, and you can change what is the change of the characteristic of water, wastewater. So these techniques can be very useful from the agriculture. You can use after the treatment, you can find out the water that what has a change in the characteristic. Then accordingly you can use for the aquaculture, irrigation, and several treatment options. You can go for the another purposes. What are the pro and causes? Maybe something anything is maybe advantages. So another thing we have a disadvantages are there. Maybe it's advantages you can see simple operation and maintenance due to the high process stability. So this is the it's very simple operation and maintenance, and there's no chemical required. So it's one of the your cost saving is there. You can simply what are the material locally available you can do, you can use maybe sometime you can if material you can these material can be used maybe according to cost wise it's very less. If you can these material are not very if locally and cheaply available, you can use this one. Totally is the natural process. This system is totally natural process. There's no this is no artificial, and you are providing other things. So this is the second maybe last one. Your motive is to minimize the BOD, reduction of the BOD, and other things. So these are the always helpful for the what are the you want the result, and how to this result can be helpful for your the community level. So these are the what are the your objective you can fulfill by this one. Disadvantages are also there. If advantages there, then definitely disadvantages there. Maybe you have what are required of the expert design and supervision. Definitely you have construction of the construction guideline we have required. What are the slope are required for the drainage system? What are the pipe sizes are required? How to which flow is required, maybe 1%, 2%, 3%. It's depend upon the to drain out the water. And this is a maybe another thing is a moderate capital cost also required, because we can provide it nearby the maybe inbuilt liners, and liners are basically they provided to not water pass to the groundwater. This is a packed. This complete system is packed, not percolation. Other things we perform maybe not. This is the system we have locked all the ponds, and we can basically we can go for this one. Basically, if water is polluted, definitely if leakage another thing, or maybe bypass, it's not there. So definitely this can be very helpful, and this is a maybe low operating cost. Definitely this is the one of the another thing. Pre-treatment is required to prevent the clogging, because if you are not provided pre-treatment, maybe have removed the particles present, or maybe other things. So this is the you have pre-treatment is always required in the particular list. But and pre-treatment, then remove after the pre-treatment, what are the what are the particles matter are settled down in the bottom. Then what if water the suspended particles and maybe heavy particles are settled down in bottom, we can remove afterward, and the water is passed through this one. So this is the one of the things we have required in the case of for the construction drainage. Maybe electricity may be required. Maybe if sometimes we have pump and other thing, if flow is properly not maintained, then you can pre-treatment before they have water drain out, and maybe water if you are providing water from the pre-treatment unit to the constructed wetland, definitely we have required particular maybe electricity. But in comparison to other treatment process, we are very less. Another thing, and permanent land requirement. It's not a you are setting other places another thing. So you have a permanent land required. So then you can use this one. Another benefit, we have a very lower community. Then you can do this. But another disadvantage, we have required more and more space. So if you depend upon the lower community, maybe 1,000 people are there, you want to establish the treatment plant. If you go for the maybe other treatment and reactors, they have costly affairs. So if you have more land in the particular region or particular place, then you can go for the treatment of this one. Thank you for all.
Thank you, Dr. Nath. That was very exhaustive, wonderful presentation, so detailed and beautiful slides. We have Dr. Jaswinder Sandhu from Canada, Brampton, Canada. He would like to add something to your presentation. Please unmute Dr. Sandhu. डॉक्टर संधू आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही सर. अनम्यूट. Sir, unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear
now
me
I can. Yes, yes,
Thank
very
you.
much.
Dr. Nath, congratulations. For,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wonderful.
And वैसे पहले मैं एक शेर बोल लूं.
Yes.
Yes, sure.
अभी हमने देखा है, साइंस है, साइंसदान हैं, तकनीकें भी हैं. साइंस है, साइंसदान हैं, तकनीकें भी हैं, लेकिन मेरे देश के सियासतदानों की नीयतें नहीं हैं. ये अभी लिखा है मैंने.
Very nice.
इसीलिए पोल्यूशन चल रहा है. I just want to add one more example from Punjab. Everybody knows about Ludhiana, where Punjab Agriculture University is. It's the, biggest industrial city in Punjab. And it has it's on the, eastern edge of Satluj River. But there is a tributary going right now. It's you can call it. It's going through Ludhiana itself, and that tributary's name is Buddha Nala. This traditional name, and I just want to add that my professor, Professor Toor, and his professor, Dr. Tandon, they had worked on that. In 1963, they sampled 52 fish species from that stream, Buddha Nala, in 1963. And then after 1970, in 1973, Dr. Toor's students did sampling again, and they got only 32 species. What's happening actually, like Dr. Nath explained, that BOD goes down, goes up, and dissolved oxygen in water, which is already in milligrams. Our aquatic जो भी जीव हैं वो उसमें रह सकते हैं. They are living fine over there with that little oxygen. But when we add organic waste over there, that oxygen is being utilized by bacteria and others, and there is little left for the other aquatic organisms, especially big ones like fishes. So 20 of the, there were 54 species, sorry, in 63. And in 73, only 32 were found. That means 22 sensitive species were gone. And then in 79, another sampling was done. Please, Dr. Mamta.
Yes, sir.
Then in 79, another team did the sampling, and they found only 4 fish species living over there. That means all those 4 species were those who could breathe from the atmosphere. They were breathing like us. There was no oxygen in the stream itself. Buddha Nala had gone 0 dissolved oxygen. And in 1983, one of my friends did that sampling again. There was no fish at all. No, 1983, from the 63 to 83, within a span of 20 years, we lost every fish species from Buddha Nala. And it's going into the Satluj River. And River Satluj is not even, that good either. It's just like Ganga and Yamuna. Yamuna is very polluted in Delhi itself. What to talk of downstream areas? It's like just like Ganga Nala, jisko bolte hain. Or Buddha Nala is also just like Ganga Nala, and it smells so terribly. When you pass over the bridge over there, over the Nala, you feel terrible. So this thing is happening because we need industry, but at the same time we need our waters. We need to live, and because of those things, cancer is going through the roof. People of Punjab, who are working people of Punjab, they don't even have resources to get treated well. They are getting cancers because whatever is available, that is polluted. All 3 components of the Punjab environment are polluted. Soil, water, and air. All 3 components are polluted heavily, and people are paying the price. Probably new government, maybe they'll help to reduce something. That's all I wanted to add, and it was a nice presentation from Dr. Nath. Thank you very much for illuminating us about Ganga's pollution.
Yes.
Thank you,
Dr. Sandhu. That was wonderful addition to Dr. Nath's presentation. So it's now time to formally thank Dr. Nath. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Nath, for the stirring speech you gave us. You spoke on the most talked topic of pollution in India, that is river water pollution, and emphasized on pollution of river Ganges and river Yamuna. Your slides were very beautiful and self-explanatory. I got at least 40 or 50 messages for you in the chats, which I will share with you. People want to have your PPT. People want to hear you again. So please accept my heartiest congratulations for such a wonderful topic and presentation.
Thank you.
Everyone present on the occasion was not only in the awe of your knowledge, but also greatly impressed by your presenting style. It was a great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much about it. I take this opportunity to thank you on the behalf of the entire organizing committee and delegates who are present here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Mamta, Dr.
Yes,
Mamta,
sir. Yes.
can I show my one slide again and comment a little bit more?
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you see this?
Yes, yes.
Oh, this I presented in my talk about wildlife area.
Yes.
If you replace this wildlife biodiversity area with river, the same thing comes up. We need involvement of the community. We need government also, managers also. We need all other researchers also, like Dr. Nath. And
Yeah, yeah.
there may be international collaboration, that's welcome. But we
Yeah, sure.
need to connect the people so that when they are involved, they already have problems with the water, so they'll be more helpful. I think that could contribute to successful treatment of our rivers. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandhu. And now it's time for our 29th keynote address to be delivered by Engineer Agam Mathur. Dr. Anjana Agar Mathur is an independent consultant and director, Saraswati Technical Services, providing detailed engineering services for major EPC contracts. Engineer Mathur has done BE honors in civil from MNIT Jaipur and ME Public Health from All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health, Calcutta. In 2014 and 15, Engineer Mathur has worked as a short-term consultant with World Bank on developing model public-private partnership contracts. In 2015 onwards, he is working with WAPCOS for preparation of detailed project reports of water supply projects for 24 towns of Rajasthan under Amrit and Smart City mission. Engineer Mathur has worked as a chief engineer special projects from August 2005 to July 2011 in Public Health Engineering Department, Government of Rajasthan, India. डॉक्टर माथुर, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. हमें बहुत खुशी है आपको अपने बीच देखकर. अब मैं आपको आमंत्रित करती हूँ आपके कीनोट एड्रेस के लिए. Unmute him.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And let me tell all participants, my talk is not directly on the water pollution and toxic materials. What I'm talking about is the problem in drinking water supply and what the state government is doing or what it is not doing and what we have observed and how things can be improved. You know, this drinking water supply problem is a day-to-day problem being faced by all and one. So I'll share my presentation.
Yes, sir.
Is the presentation visible?
No, sir, not yet.
How do I put it? I have put it on my screen, and how do I attach it there?
Sir, first you have to open that window of Google Meet in which you can see all of us.
Pardon? Or
Sir,
you can run it on your system so that I can only ask for change of slide and all
Okay,
that.
sir. Okay, sir. No worries, sir. Okay, sir. We are doing that.
Okay.
Sir, are you able to see your slides?
So this is visible and I'm audible to all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So next, please. So safe drinking water is basic need for human life. Like next to air, water is most important for a human being. And we need to develop sustainable drinking water supply systems for urban and rural populations. Next. In fact, the term sustainable development was defined by Bertland in 1987 as a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their requirements. So that's a general term. So same applies to the water supply systems. How do we have a sustainable water supply system which will work for many decades to come? So next, please. So when we talk of sustainability, so basic elements of sustainability in drinking water supply systems are like source sustainability, the source of water, the system sustainability. When we talk of system, it means the infrastructure, the organization, and so by the maintenance systems. So they should be sustainable. It's not that you create it once and then they lapse back to the original. And then the financial sustainability. Last but not least, the financial sustainability next. And then while we talk of these three sustainabilities, last but not least is the social and environmental sustainability. We have to involve the key stakeholders, and in which the customers to whom we are supplying water are the most important stakeholders, and we have to ensure drinking water, reliable drinking water to all and one, and especially during the stress periods like in summers and all that, including gender and vulnerability, convenience and consumer preferences, etc. The main aim of providing sustainability of drinking water schemes is to ensure that such schemes do not slip back. Generally, what happens that once we reorganize the system and it is we are meeting the requirement, but quite often the benefits slip back and we are again back to improper things. Next, please. So when I'll be talking specifically in case of Rajasthan state. So Rajasthan is one of the largest geographical area in the country, and it has 33 districts and 296 panchayat samitis and 9,900 village panchayats. There are 222 towns. There are 3,900 odd villages. And the population of 2011 census was 68 million, 68.62 million, in which urban population was 17 million and rural population was 51 million. The decadal growth, last decade growth was 21.44. And apart from a human population, there's a huge cattle population also, which requires drinking water. Now, when we talk of sustainability, so we have to think of a population which is likely to grow in future. What we estimate, the demographers have estimated that the population in the state is going to get stabilized somewhere between 2045 and 2050, and then the stable population would be around 115 million. So almost 40%, 45% more than the present population. So when we're talking of sustainability, we have to plan that we are able to serve that much of population in times to come. Next, please. Next slide, please. So when we talk of the availability of water resources, our geographical area is 10.41% of the country's total area, and our population share is 5.6%. Desert district blocks in the state are 85 out of 395 blocks, and this is 39% of the total 212 desert blocks in the country. Groundwater dependency is 70% in rural and 65% in the urban water supply schemes. But our water share of water sources is only, total water sources is only 1.28% of the country's water resources available, and we are supporting a population of 5.6% of country's population. The per capita availability for all the uses of water in the state is around 640 meter cube per year, against a normal minimum requirement of 1000 meter cube per year per capita. So we are already a water stressed state, which is going to further increase. As we have seen, the stable population is going to be around 30 to 40% more. So next slide, please. So we are talking of source sustainability. What are the important aspects? Next, please. So Rajasthan has about 295 blocks. It's divided in 295 blocks for groundwater consideration, of only which 37 blocks are safe for further exploitation, and all other blocks remaining are already overexploited. When we say overexploited, it means that what we are drawing water from ground, the replenishment is lower than what we are drawing. So the situation is getting from bad to worse every year in such blocks. And of the 37 blocks which are safe, in these blocks also there is a problem of water quality. It means that all the potable water blocks we have in the state are already overexploited. And when we come to surface water sources, we have only one perennial river in the state, that is Chambal River. And a major quantity of surface water we receive from Punjab reservoirs through Rajasthan Canal, which is serving for irrigation and drinking water to the desert districts, starting from Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bardmer, etc. So this is one of the very important lifeline for the state. So we have to see how we can make the drinking water sources sustainable while the groundwater situation is precarious, and the surface water sources are also almost fully utilized. Next, please. So existing sources, when we are talking, out of the total water uses drinking water constitutes only 9% of the uses, and a major share of water use is by the agriculture, 90%. And industrial use is only 1%, because Rajasthan state is very less industrialized, or maybe since water is not available, the industries are not coming. It will be vice versa. And in our drinking water, the existing use of groundwater and surface water has a ratio of 15% and 85%. So gradually now the groundwater, since is already overexploited, we are gradually moving from groundwater-based schemes to surface water-based schemes. Very large schemes are being implemented where water is being carried from surface sources to a distance of about 100, 200 kilometers, even 300 kilometers to feed those villages where and the towns where the water level has gone down. So that is the scenario. Next, please. Now, what measures are we taking for sustainability of drinking water sources? Groundwater used for drinking supplies have been overexploited by other competing users like irrigation industry, etc., causing contamination with salt, water, fluoride, or other geogenic contaminants. Water available in rivers and lakes is getting polluted, making it harmful to plants, animals, and people. Now, when we talk of pollution in surface sources, groundwater, of course, we cannot do anything. The dissolved salts of fluorides and etc., what we can do is only put those fluoride removal plants or desalination plants, but those are very, very costly. So the best option is to move from groundwater source to surface water sources where the local groundwater is contaminated by the dissolved salts. So, and when we are talking of pollution in the rivers and surface waters, so the government is, putting in effect the pollution control laws by constructing, by making the urban local bodies to construct sewage treatment plants and the industries to construct effluent treatment plants. And we have seen that in the coming years, the implementation is going to be more and more strict. But when we're talking of the water being received from canal from other states like Punjab, there's a huge problem when the canals are opened after the closure period. We are getting a lot of pollution. So that problem is still to be tackled. And we have to resort to a heavy dose of chemicals like chlorine, etc., to disinfect water at those times. But major thing is that since we cannot produce more water, so we have to get water released from the irrigation uses by promoting the drip irrigation and the fountain irrigation in place of the flood irrigation, which sprinkler irrigation takes about 40% less water, and drip takes like 70% less water as compared to the flood irrigation. So government is doing a lot of subsidies and promoting those kind of methods of irrigation, because 90% to 85% of the water sources are being used by irrigation. So even if they release 10% of their water by increasing the irrigation efficiency, so the drinking water sources can become sustainable. Now, where the groundwater, I've already said, where the groundwater is polluted, we are shifting already from groundwater to surface water by creating large water supply networks, creating large water treatment plants. And for stopping the pollution in surface sources, I've already said, strict implementation of pollution control laws by constructing STPs and CPGs. And then we are also promoting the use of recycled water and rainwater harvesting to reduce the demand of fresh water supplies in towns, like all gardens and green spaces can be used, and in new colonies a major requirement of the toilet flushing can be met with by recycled water. And a lot of private colonies where the water supply is still municipal water supply is still not there, and they have to resort to the groundwater, and that also is very available in low quantity. They have already put up dual plumbing system and dual water supply system, where the flushing systems are run by the recycled water. So a basic demand of water of about 135 liters per capita per day, 30 to 40 liters per capita per day is used in flushing. So if this is adopted universally, there will be a lot of reduction in stress on fresh drinking water. Next. Now we are talking of system sustainability. Now in the system sustainability, when we talk, it is the sustainability of the infrastructure, the capacity of the operation and maintenance staff, the operation and maintenance practices, and all those kind of things. So next slide, please. To a consumer, they are not concerned about all this jargon. What their need is, the water should be potable. The drinking water should be potable. The water supply should be reliable. When we talk of reliability, it means adequate quantity for adequate duration and adequate pressure. And the water should be affordable. And the system should be consumer friendly in respect of complaint redressal, and the interface should be amenable, and it should be easy to handle. So these are the basic requirement of the consumer. Now the consumer is not concerned whether you construct large treatment plants or lay bigger lines or where will bring water. These are the basic requirements which a consumer needs. Next, please. Now, what is the existing status in most urban water supply schemes and in rural schemes? So we see that the coverage is not 100%. In urban towns, the outer colonies are always finding it difficult to get coverage. Like in Jaipur also, about 25% of the outer colonies, I mean, and the multi-story buildings, they are not covered under the municipal water supply scheme. So we have not been able to create a system by which the infrastructure precedes the construction of the households and buildings. So inadequate coverage is always an issue in different towns and villages. Low reliability of water supply. As you, my friends in Rajasthan, know, that the distribution is unequal, especially during summers. There is problem of low pressure, inadequate duration. So in our state, most of the towns have, or rather all of the towns have, intermittent water supply. So we get water once or twice every day for total duration of 1 to 3 hours per day. So we are not using this water at that time, and we are just only storing water in our underground tanks. So inadequate pressure. So the pressure is inadequate, and most of the households, they have to boost the water again to their overhead tanks to run the water supply system within house on a regular basis. There are problems of pollution in pipeline, and the interface with consumers is below desired levels. It's not easy to communicate with the authorities and get their problems solved easily. So this is the status. So how we are tackling and what are the solutions available, that we'll be talking. Next, please. So when we say that the system is not sustainable, so this slide shows that in an overhead tank, the upper line, this shows this should be the pressure, normal pressure at tail end. This will happen when we are drawing water as per requirement, throughout the day. Water is required throughout the day. So if you are drawing water throughout the day, then the peak demand is only 2.5 to 3.0 times the average supply. But what is happening is we are not using water when we are drawing, we are storing water in our underground tanks. That results in a lowering of the pressure, which can be seen by the second line which was moving, and the areas away from the tank have the problem of a low pressure, whereby, so it's a egg and chicken story. So an infrastructure or a public health engineer would say, sir, we are not able to supply pressure because people are storing water in underground tanks, and some people are using online boosters. Whereas the consumer says, sir, why should we construct tank at all if you are providing us the pressure? But the real story is people resort to construct underground tanks for storing water when these water supply, the problems start if due to the source inadequacy or due to increase in demand and number of houses getting connected to the system. So then people gradually start constructing underground tanks. And this, when a large number of people, maybe 60 to 70% have constructed, this situation happens that the people on the tail end and maybe midpoint also, they don't receive water with pressure. And even the water quantity received is also on the lower side. So this is a egg and chicken story. So this has to be broken. This makes this system unsustainable for longer times. Then the waterworks engineer does a small zoning, and then there's a lot of wall operation also. So these kind of things happen, and there are a lot of complaints also of low pressure and even no supply pressure. Next, please. So the drinking water scenario is our water tariffs are so low that the gap between our O&M expenditure and the revenue is very large. Presently, you'll be wondering to know that our electrical charges for running water supply schemes are twice than what the revenue from the water supply scheme. So our revenue recovery is only 20 to 25% of the direct O&M expenditure. I'm not talking of the repayment of loans or depreciation. So that is the situation. So the water supply systems have to depend to a large extent on the subsidies and the operational subsidies provided by the government. Low investments. We have not been able to allocate the required funds on the water supply systems. And our the operations are also inefficient. I mean, we have not been able to control the losses. Non-revenue water is high. Electrical efficiencies of the pumps are low. So our deliverance in terms of supply hours, supply pressures is below the requirement, and a lot of outer area remains to uncovered. And last but not least, our public interface of dealing with the customer is also not up to the mark. Click, please, click. Next. So we are caught in a vicious cycle. Poor revenues, inadequate capital, poor finance, poor infrastructure, poor service, no customer focus, customer unsatisfied, and customer doesn't pay. This is another story that even the government is not willing to charge. I had a slide which I showed in the government when I was in the government, that not only that, the people are also not willing to pay for the poor services, but the government is not also willing to increase the tariffs. And there is no tariff policy. I'll come to that later in my next slides. Next, please. Now, typically, here the urban local bodies are not in charge of water supply, typically like in the southern states and in Bombay and Maharashtra, where the urban local bodies are in charge of maintenance, where the local representatives are responsible for maintaining the system. Means the solution providers are closer to the problem. Here, the state government, a state government level department, is in charge for conceptualization, design, implementation, operation and maintenance, and regulation of the water supply systems in urban and rural areas. It's a huge organization, and we are in charge from every village to the largest town. Now, how do we improve the system sustainability? So, adoption of technology. Right now, we have very little involvement of technology in our whole maintenance and implementation system. So we have plans to involve the technology. Reduction of non-revenue water. So when we reduce losses, every drop of water loss stopped is water produced. So we have no accurate estimates, but broad estimates are that around 40% non-revenue water. When we talk of non-revenue water, it constitutes of two components. Basically, one is physical losses, means the pipe leakages, reservoir overflows, means the water is not being used. So that constitutes about 25 to 30%. And other component is commercial losses, which means that the meter reading is not accurate. There are illegal tappings, means water is being used, but it is not being billed to the consumers. So NRW is around 40% plus, and the physical losses are around 30%. So there's a huge scope in reducing these losses and improving the system sustainability. Capacity building of supervisory and operating staff of the agencies. Like we are in charge for everything in water supply system, but our capacity is not to the required extent. I mean, the engineers are doing the managerial jobs also, and they are not fully doing the engineering job also. So once we had a study done by an international agency, so that they studied the requirement of skills, looking to the work of water supply which is being done by the engineers, and the skills which the engineers have. So they summarize that the engineers are doing things which they should not have been doing, and they are not doing things which they should have been doing. So we are kind of a jack of all and master of none stuff. So there have been a lot of proposals and studies done on organizational reforms, but we have still not been able to get through with these, because the organizational reforms are most difficult to implement. And while I was in service in the government, I worked for about 41 years, and as chief engineer, I was there for about more than 5 years. So I found that we prepared not many proposals. We had one of the best consultants and prepared reports. Even the World Bank suggested for organizational reforms, but none could break through the government's inertia. So they are always afraid of making any changes. And like as per 293rd Amendment, the distribution system, water supply system is to be handled by the urban local bodies. Some 8-10 years back, they shifted even during the last regime of Mr. Ashok Gehlot. That was about 8 years back. the cabinet decided to shift the water supply system of 8 towns to the urban local bodies. Now, since 8 years, they did not do anything to increase their capacity, but they simply said that they are not able to run the scheme. And now the government is again thinking it to take the schemes back to the department. So there's very little seriousness on organizational reforms and capacity building. So that's a weak point. But when we don't have skills and required, so we can think of increased private sector participation, which can bring in efficiencies and reduce costs. We have done it to some extent in case of replacement of pumps and reducing energy. So those have been successful, but they are only 2 to 3% of the overall operations. Then most important is demand management. Right now, what we are doing is we are more concentrated on increasing the water production. When there is a problem of water supply, we are not analyzing it and we are not thinking where's the problem and why is the problem. We are simply putting more tube wells or adding more pipelines, adding more resources. When we talk of demand management, there are many aspects of demand management, just to first of all to identify in each water supply zone what type of customers are there, how much population is there, and how much water demand as per normative is required, and how much extra water they are using. So and we are only pushing water when there is a problem of low pressure in a zone. Similarly, adoption of preventive and predictive maintenance. So preventive maintenance and predictive maintenance, if we are adopting, which we are not adopting right now, would ensure that the systems don't fail and there are no emergencies. A pump fail ho gaya, ya transformer fail ho gaya, and the supply is interrupted. So this is one lacking area, so which we are trying to improve. Improved energy efficiency. So there's a scope of reduction in our energy consumption by 15 to 20%. So if we are able to do that, which we are trying, this would bring down the operator and maintenance expenditure. Reorganization of the distribution system on DMA pattern. There's a problem of tail end pressure and tail end not receiving water. So if we can reconstitute the distribution system in smaller zones, that's called the district metering areas. And each of these district metering areas has a one inlet and a meter, bulk meter, and the meters inside that DMA are also read and compared with the bulk water supply, and we can know that how much loss in that particular district metering area. So this is a part of a system to reduce the non-revenue water and to tackle or to prioritize the problem of reduction of leakages and solving the problem. Next, please. So adoption of technology is very important. So the government has got a integrated management information system application prepared, and there is lower enthusiasm in taking up this project. Was prepared some 3-4 years back by us, but they have not been able to put in this practice. So this constitutes of a state level web-based system in which the commercial and billing system, meter reading, meter management, payment system, this is all done on a web-based system. The spot billing, the agency, the private agency would read the meter and submit the meter reading to the central server, and it has already the meter reading of the previous month, so it can produce the bill and submit the bill at the time. And then it has the integrated applications for depositing the money. Now, this is important because these, when we do these billing at a central level, we also have a bulk meter reading so that we can compare that in a particular zone, how much water was supplied and how much is the total meter reading when we are doing this on one platform, integrated management. So this helps in non-revenue water identification, not reduction. Reduction will be done when you do a physical activity of leakage repairs, deletion of illegal connection, etc. But this integrated information management system provides us the correct information on where is the problem and how it to be solved. Network data management, maintenance management system include mobile app. So when we are talking of the maintenance, if we are able to do this on a online application, so accountability is created. So a maintenance guy will have to do the regular maintenance of cleaning or oiling or greasing or aligning the pump and take a photograph and upload so that there is no lapse. And whenever the system fails, you can always go back and see how the system failed when we are doing the regular maintenance and it was not done. There will be alarms created if the system is not being maintained or a particular maintenance activity is not done. Now, when we have a digital model, maps extract on management system, we can do a correct hydraulic modeling. We can monitor the energy efficiency. For calculating the energy efficiency, what we should have is on a single platform, the quantity of water delivered by the pump and the energy consumed. If the energy consumption is more than what it was at the time when it was installed newly, then we can know that how much inefficiency has developed, and we can replace the pumps or replace the parts of it. And even a small replacement of an impeller, whose payback period may be only 2 or 3 months, may save a lot of energy. GIS-based digital maps. So it's a major problem when we are preparing the schemes. We found that the paper maps are lost; they are not updated. And when we have a integrated management systems and the maps are on digital platform, so whenever you lay a new pipeline, it is mandatory that before payment you have to upload the location of the pipeline and its connectivity with the existing system on a web-based system. So this would help us on updating the maps on as and when this is new lines are created. Similarly, asset register. This is basically if you ask any engineer that what assets you have got, so he doesn't have any register. He is having no knowledge. There is only verbal knowledge available that I have got so many pumps and so many things. If everything is available at the click of the mouse, they can monitor those assets. Those all will be interlinked. Every asset, pump, pipeline, transformers, what is the condition, when it was repaired, what repairs were done, why it is failing, all those kind of things. Inventory and stores management. We have like more than 120 stores in the state. As somewhere these materials are lying surplus, somewhere the requirement is there. So we are buying things which were available on the stores elsewhere. So this would make things transparent and will reduce the costs. We have water testing laboratories. So if you are able to link the water testing reports to the GIS-based maps, so we can find out where the pollution is occurring in different times, or where are the leakages happening in different times. So the problem can be analyzed in a better way. Then this is the non-revenue water module. I told you that when we have a commercial system on this platform and we are getting the operational data also in this platform, we can calculate the non-revenue water also. So this is one of the most important initiatives in creating system efficiency, sustainability, and accountability. Next, please. Next slide, please. So this is a diagrammatic depiction of what it would be like from city level. Each city we are providing a city SCADA in which the water reservoir levels, the water production through meters, and all this data is collected and would be sent to the IMIS server. The pumping stations, the all elevated service reservoirs, the DM entry valves, the electric supply, and the consumer meter readings, they would all come to this platform. Next, please. So when we want to implement the system, so a major activity always would be data migration. Our maps are right now in a paper form. Some maps are digital, some maps are in paper form, but they are still not verified. So we convert those maps in digital format on a GIS platform, produce these drawings, get it verified from the field staff twice, and then upload it on a GIS platform. Now, once we have done it, we propose to implement a government direction that any new work is done, it has to be first uploaded on the system, then only the payment would be made. Like any payment in a construction contract, we have to enter the construction work, the measurements in a measurement book, MBV called, is a very important thing. Similarly, for underground pipelines, this becomes the most important thing, that these maps have to be uploaded and a certain number would be generated, and they'll have to say that this particular work has been uploaded on the map by this number. So this is one of the most important aspect of conversion of data. Then the consumer data. Right now, our billing is being done by different agencies and the consumer data is in different format. So the new agency which we plan to engage for developing the software and implementing this thing is conversion of map and conversion of the consumer data to the new format. Then digitizing all the assets in a structured format, like we have a reservoir, what is the staging, what is the capacity, what is the construction material, where it was constructed, when it was cleaned, and then a regular inspection of the asset and condition assessment, so that there is no surprise when the asset is going to fail. We can tell that this is the time we now to replace, rather than it breaks down and then we replace, and there's a system failure. So asset, when we have it in form of a digital register, then we can link the activities of condition assessment, the maintenance, all things related to assets can be attached and monitored, and accountability can be created. Similarly, stores inventory. Now we have stores, those source materials are in recorded in ledgers and registers. So this would be converted into digital in a structured, so the same item is described in all stores in the same code, and we know for sure that this much quantity is available in that particular store and it's not being used since last 3 years. So rather than buying new things, we can indent the inventory from that particular store and save the money. Next, please. So this is going to be the system architecture of the whole integrated management system. So next, please. So this is my favorite topic of financial sustainability and tariff rationalization. How to make, as I told you, our water supply systems the cost recovery is only less than 25% of our direct O&M expenditure. And the water tariff is controlled by the state government, and they are throughout the same for all the towns and all the villages. So for meeting our operation and maintenance requirement, repairs and maintenance, the schemes have to depend on a government financial support. They are not financially self-sustaining. And the tariffs are controlled by the state. And I would come to that next, please. So how do we decide tariff? Absence of any policy per se for tariff setting of drinking water supply. There is no policy. Tariff increase with long intervals. Our last tariff increase was in the year 2017. Revisions are ad hoc and small. They have no relation. Uniform tariff throughout the state. The water tariff ranges from 1.25 rupees per kiloliter to rupees 6 per kiloliter. The maximum domestic tariff is rupees 6 per kiloliter, whereas our production cost and distribution costs are much higher. So what happens when this happens? So next, please. Now I'll give an example which is based on actual survey conducted in the field. Now this is a poor household, so it consumes only 9 kiloliters per month. That is like it's a family of 4 and 5. It consumes about 70 liters per capita per day, and the cost of water is 149 plus 49 is around 200 rupees. The consumer is paying 49 rupees only. We bill him for 49. So he gets a subsidy of 149. 149. His bill is 49 and he gets a subsidy of 49, 149. Next, please. This consumer is consuming 14 kiloliters. He gets a bill of 49. The state government has, after 2017 and before Lok Sabha last election, they declared that up to 15 kiloliter will not charge any volumetric charges. So the water volumetric charges are free. So this 49 rupees is towards the infrastructure charges, meter charges, and minimum charges. So 49. So anybody consuming up to 15 kiloliters is charged only 49. And the subsidy to this guy is 259 rupees. Next. Now this house with large lawns, many coolers, 4 or 5 coolers, they are consuming 75 kiloliters per month. And the subsidy they are getting is more than 1,000 rupees, 1,136 rupees. They are paying 513 rupees, but the subsidy amount is much higher than the poor. Now, how can you think of providing higher subsidies to very well-off properties and which are using water for coolers and lawns? A cooler's electrical consumption is more than rupees 250 to 300 per month, and the cost of water it consumes in a month is only 5 to 6 rupees. So they can as well pay the actual cost of water. The cost of water is 22 rupees per kiloliter in retailing to Jaipur. It comes from Bisalpur Dam, four levels of pumping treatment. So and our maximum tariff is 6 rupees. So how can you make these schemes sustainable? So this is a major point. I have made a lot of presentations in the government to the present chief minister and the earlier chief minister also, and they appreciated the presentations, but never took care of increasing the tariff even for the higher consumptions beyond. Now, here in this property, only 6 persons live, and the per capita consumption is more than 250 liters per capita per day. Now, the normative consumption is only 135 liters. What they are consuming is consuming at the stake of the poor guys who are not getting water around. Next, please. A few more examples. Now, this property not only waters the lawn inside, but outside also. Washing car, lush green lawn and 2 layers of trees and using diesel water. Are they entitled to do that and still get a subsidy of 1,500 rupees? That's weird. Next, these are examples of. Now I'm talking of Jodhpur. Jodhpur, the water supply cost is 25 rupees. Jodhpur gets its water from Indira Gandhi Canal, which is more than 200 kilometers away, and by 8 stages of pumping, it gets water in the town, and then it is treated, reboosted, and all that. So here, this property consumes 54 kiloliters. You see that very nice property. And this property is getting a subsidy of 992 rupees. So again, this is weird. The poor guy is getting subsidy up to 150 only, and these rich guys are getting subsidy of more than 1,000, around 1,000. Next, please. Then comes Udaipur. Now, here again, here the cost of water is 30 rupees per kiloliter in Udaipur, because the lift is very large, about 300 to 400 meters of lift, and then treatment and maintenance. So this consumer is consuming 102 kiloliters per month. They are maintaining huge lawns and lot of green spaces. So they are getting a subsidy of more than 2,000 rupees. So this is the problem, that our cost recovery is only 25% of what is our O&M expenditure. So next, please. So this shows that as you consume more, a 15 kiloliter consumption gets 251 rupees subsidy, and a 90 kiloliter consumption gets 1354 rupees subsidy. So this awareness, if comes to people, or if it is discussed at the floor of the house, I think nobody would agree that you provide more subsidy to the rich and the powerful. Next, please. So a rough assessment of the apportionment of the subsidy is that 80% of the subsidy goes to MIG and HIG group, middle income group and higher income group, and the poor gets only 20% of the subsidy. This is due to non-targeting of subsidy. आपने सबकी rate ही कम कर दी 6 रुपए. Now, if the normative consumption, lifeline consumption is 70 liters per capita per day, then why do you want to subsidize for consumption higher than this? Next, please. So till water is cheap, appeals for sensible use and conservation will have little impact. People would continue to draw water as much as they can and consume for non-essential uses, like what we have seen is for coolers and washing cars and gardening and all that. Next, please. What we can do is, there is certain philosophy. It should be affordable. Social equity means आपका जो income है उसका what percentage are you paying? अगर if somebody is earning like 20,000 rupees a month only, so uska suppose we are saying that 2% can be afforded. So 2% के हिसाब से 40 rupees हुआ. Internationally they recognize that up to 6% is all right, is affordable of the income. Cost recovery, financial sustainability means आपका cost recovery इतना तो होना चाहिए financially sustainable हो, lead to conservation and demand management. Now, if you keep the water tariff very low, if the consumer is not paying, you are paying it from the exchequer's money. Ultimately, that is by the consumers, and that is a burden on people who are not even consuming. So lead to conservation and demand management, economic efficiency. Scientific and economic models to arrive at cost of water, that is O&M, depreciation, capital investment requirement. तो वो cost का बना के फिर we should try for a comprehensive water tariff policy. Regulatory mechanism. It is not only that when we charge the full cost of water, and then there should be obligation on the agency supplying water that they would be providing services to this standard. So this is the tariff policy, and then we have been talking about the guiding principles. Next, please. So what we say is safe drinking water is a social good, but only up to lifeline consumption levels. So what we have to do is define lifeline consumption level, define affordability, define economically weaker household who are to be subsidized. Beyond lifeline consumption, it be considered as an economic good and pricing accordingly. So this is the abstract philosophy that आप गरीब है उसको आप पानी दीजिए सस्ते दर पे दीजिए, पर not across like what we have seen that higher consumption gets higher subsidy. So next, please. So when we say what is lifeline consumption, so it varies from 40 to 70 liters per capita. But a 70 liters, if you are providing net to the consumers, very easily he can sustain for the management of the household. Next, please. So depends on number of persons, what will be the monthly consumption. If there are only 3 persons, 6.3 kiloliters. If there are 5 persons, 10.5 kiloliters. For lifeline consumption, 12%, 25, 20%. Very few. Average what we have noted is that 5 to 6 persons per capita per household is the average. And very few, 1 or 2% are above 10. Next, please. So policy parameters, basis of tariff blocks per capita. We should bill on the per capita basis. Tariff should be on per capita basis. Lifeline consumption 70 LPCD. This can be discussed at the with the stakeholders and decided. Lifeline to normative consumption, where we charge full cost, direct full cost. Consumption above normative, full cost recovery plus 15 to 30%. I mean, if you are consuming more, then we must charge not only the full cost, but some surcharge also. Next, please. Next, please. Now, we cannot calculate the cost of water on the basis that we are having 40% losses. We have to calculate cost of water considering that losses will not be above 15%. And the energy efficiency of the pumps will be minimum 90% of the best efficiency. So on that basis, what is the cost of water? That would be chargeable. Next, please. Now, for targeting the subsidies, we have to identify the poor people whom we will be supplying free water or at a minimum cost. So this is not difficult. We are already issuing the in the rural areas and urban areas those identifying poor people for providing the subsidies, other subsidies also. Next, please. So when we talk of cost of water, what are the components? The first component is the operating staff, the salaries and wages. Then is the energy consumption. Then is the chemicals. Then other maintenances. So this is the direct O&M cost, OPEX cost. And the cost of financing when we are taking loan, then we have to replace the assets after some time. Like pumping machinery has a life of 15 years, maybe 7 years only for automation things. So those are replacement costs. So these are capex costs, these are opex costs. So this becomes the click please. Click please. So this is now the current tariff is only this much. This is the cost, but we are recovering only this much. Next, please. So this is the direct O&M cost up to this level. Next, please. So this becomes the full cost. When we are saying 22 rupees, it means this is the 22 rupees here. And maybe direct O&M cost is like 17 or 18 rupees. Next, please. So a typical model of tariff could be up to 70 liters per capita. Economically weaker section, you subsidize. And for others, like a guy, a nucleus family living in a posh apartment may be consuming only 10 kiloliters. So, but we are not supposed to provide water at a subsidized rate to them. These are nucleus families earning a lot, having car and air conditioner, everything. So we have to identify, maybe this is 50% of the whole numbers, but we have to target the subsidies to these guys only. Others, full cost recovery. And for more than 135 liters per capita, that's the normative consumption, full cash recovery plus some surcharge. And for commercial industrial, full cost recovery plus suitable cross subsidy. So if we are able to run on this model, our schemes would become financially sustainable. And even for this, the government should provide and budget, identify and say that these are the customers. Out of 4 lakh customers in Jaipur, 1,50,000 customers are poor, and they would need this much of subsidy. And this subsidy only would be provided to the water supply system, and rest you recover. So then you will have demand management, and people would also make efficient use of water. Next, please. Social and environmental sustainability. I'll just quickly go through it. So these are also part of overall sustainability. How do we achieve sustainability? Next, please. So before we ask for tariff reforms or anything, we have to first of all make the system reliable, and the customers all requirement of portability, durability, and timeliness, all those things. Now, involvement of all stakeholders in tariff reforms. So which the model I talked to you, if we are able to say that we are subsidizing to the rich people more than the poor, I mean, the public representatives will understand very clearly if they have time to understand, and we can create a tariff model in which it will lead to demand management, increase the household use efficiency. Now, carrying out IEC activities to convince customers. Now, when we showed you the model of hydraulic going out of way and low pressures, this is due to the use of underground sumps. So we have to have a strong IEC activity to convince customers to discontinue use of underground sumps and identification of illegal tappings. So these are two very important things to improve the system deliverance in a water supply system. Reducing the what is this coming? Can you remove this from this line? Mumtaji, this some line is appearing on it.
What do you want me to remove?
Reducing the installed, what is this here line?
Sir, reducing the instances of pollution in water supply.
Yeah. Now, how do we achieve this? In an intermittent supply, this is a recurrent problem. When the water gets emptied, there's a vacuum created in low-lying areas, and the dirty water around the pipeline gets sucked into, and there is problem of water pollution. So this is possible when we have a pressurized supply, 24/7 supply. And for that, it is important that the underground tanks, use of underground sumps are removed. So these are all interlinked. What comes, reliability comes first, or this comes first? So we have to select smaller zones, create examples, and make people convinced that yes, this is possible. Reject management in water treatment plants. This is one of the most important thing. In a water treatment plant, sludge is created when the water is treated. Those sludge are to be disposed of in an environmental friendly manner by creating a lined pits in which the sludge is dumped. So right now this is not being done, but this is one of the important things which is to be taken care. Reducing carbon footprint of operations by improvement in energy efficiency. We have told you that there's a potential of saving about 20 to 30% of energy consumption in our pumping operations by use of efficient pumps and timely replacement and repair of the pumps. Organizational reforms for efficient maintenance of water supply systems. This also discussed that these are the most difficult things to implement. Like we had once World Bank study, and they said that staff is engaged in day-to-day activity of dealing with the customers and attending meetings and all that, and we have to have a dedicated division, circle, or a subsection for non-revenue water reduction. Like in Jaipur, they wanted to create a circle, but we are still not able to digest this and implement this thing. Similarly, for IT applications, we have to have a proper design sections with proper capacity building, but we have not been able to do this. So these are few things which require to be taken care to make the systems improve service deliverance, and make things sustainable. Next, please. So thanks for kind attention and listening to my maybe not so interesting talk. Anything?
Any questions, please raise your hand. If anyone has any questions, we'll unmute from here.
I'm not, please let me. Yes, please.
Any questions? Anyone is raising hand? Sir, I don't think so. Anyone is raising any hands, but I can see a lot of compliments that your presentation was amazing and it was very informative. So you can go to the chat and you can see there are so many good compliments for you.
Yeah.
I will try, take a screenshot and send it to you.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
You can share the presentation with the participants, and we can. Any suggestions later on also are welcome. Any discussion, any further information, clarification, I'll be too glad to provide any further information on this.
That is so wonderful, Engineer Mathur. And I would request if you can share your slide with us so I can send it to the groups of my participants. We have 2,700 participants from 32 countries, Dr. Engineer Mathur. So if you send it to us, we will share with them. Okay, so it's time for the formal thanks.
Okay.
Dear Engineer Mathur, you spoke on the safe drinking water, which is our basic need, and water supply is a major concern in the present times. Since you were honored to be Chief Engineer of Public Health Engineering Department, who else could have spoken better than you on such an appropriate topic? Sir, you have chosen. Your slides were very beautiful. Your presentation was fantabulous. You emphasized on the water harvesting in Rajasthan and importance of system sustainability. You also made us understand the problems associated with urban drinking water sector scenario. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Engineer Mathur. for taking out time to be the keynote speaker at ISTTP1. Your presence and wise words help to magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to your enlightening words that inspired so many people out there, including me. सर आपको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और मैं ऐसी आशा
Thank you
करती
for
हूँ मैं ऐसी आशा करती हूँ कि अगली बार भी जब मैं आपको बुलाऊंगी तो आप आएंगे और हम सब आप
sure,
सबका ज्ञानवर्धन करेंगे.
sure.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much, sir.
Okay, so I leave now.
Yeah. Hello, participants. Now it's time for the 30th keynote address and last for today, which is to be delivered by Dr. Abhishek Mehta. Dr. Mehta is working as an assistant professor in Parul Institute of Engineering and Technology, MCA Parul University. He has 9 years and 7 months of teaching experience. His basic qualification is BCA in Computer Science for Veer Narmad South Gujarat University, MCA from Srimad Rajchandra Institute of Management and Computer Applications. He has completed PhD in the field of digital image processing and natural language processing from Sabarmati University, Ahmedabad. He has received Best Paper Award in International Conference on Recent Advancement in Engineering and Technology organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication Association with Nirva University in June 9, 2019. He has also received Research Excellence Award from NASA, received Teacher Innovation Award from Zero Investment Innovation for Education Initiative, Sri Aurobindo Society, Pondicherry. He has published 18 research papers in reputed and peer-reviewed national international journals, presented 73 research papers in state, national, international conferences, delivered 6 expert talks in various refresher courses, orientation courses, workshops conducted by Universities of India and UGC. He has attended 50 plus workshops, conferences, refresher course, orientation program, training program. He has received research grant of 1 lakh for startup Radar Clown from SSIP under GIST scheme, Gujarat government. He has received research grant of 84,000 for the project of safety of Little Heart from SSIP GTU. He has received Outstanding Research Award, Outstanding Research Paper Award, Best Research Paper Presentation Award in international conferences. Also received Faculty Research Excellence Award by Parul University. He has also received Faculty Research Excellence Award from Parul University. He has patented 2 projects with Government of India. Congratulations, Dr. Mehta, for your patents.
Thank you
So
so
I
much.
would request Dr. Mehta to please start with your presentation और आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है अभिनंदन है यहाँ अलवर से. Kindly go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a brief introduction. First of all, before we move ahead, I would like to thank the organizing committee to
Thank you.
organize such a wonderful short-term training program. And I observed that many of the speakers are presented very much, it is a very good informative STTP actually.
Thank you.
And yeah, and one more thing that I want to share that this is the actually I'm basically from the computer science field,
Yes.
but when I connected this topic, this domain, wildlife and the environment with computer science, so it's take actually more opportunity to doing the some research work in the environment and doing the research in the wildlife with the computer science.
Camera is closed.
So thank you so much once again. So shall I start, ma'am?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Just wait, ma'am.
Dr.
So
Mehta,
hope
can you
my
hear me?
screen is visible.
Yeah, please. Your slides. Yes, yes, now yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So today's ISTTP, that is the recent advances in environmental taxonomy and wildlife conservation. So today I brief about the computational sustainability with the computational methods that suitable for sustainable environment, economy, and society. So myself, Dr. Abhishek Mehta, and today I will discuss on this topic that computational methods that improve the environment, even they improve our wildlife. So my first question is that how can computer science help to the environment? As we people are already know about it, that nowadays we all people are using the computer. We all are attending this STTP online. Even many of the companies, MNCs companies, private companies, government companies are working now on the computer. So same as when we want to discuss about the environment, again, the computer science is involved in that. So the computer science is affect nearly in every aspect of our life today. So it's impact community planning, medical procedure, and drinking water supplies, even the ingredients of our toothpaste also. So it's not surprising that the computer science is being used to help preserve and protect the environment. Here are some exciting ways that the earth where we live is being tended by the computers and the human operators. So in each and every prospect of our life, the computer science is helpful in nowadays. So what are the some aspects of the environment? The first one, that is the wildlife corridors. In that, the computer science is there. You might be know about the one of the technology, Internet of Things. The Internet of Things, that is the main technology. The technology is nowadays most used by the wildlife person. So that old job is that the woman wrote the highly department processing, the deer crossing signs and asking if they could be moved to lower traffic area. The thing is, the computer. The computer are being used to design the corridors where wildlife can be encouraged to travel so that they are less impacted by the uh, encroachments and the land development. You people are, all participants are maybe aware about the one application. That application most used to make a zoo, and which animal wants what kind of foods, which animal what kind of a place in the zoo. So that zoo that we need to make in the one application, what is it? That is the application. That application is nowadays mostly played by the uh, all the kids. So the computer is assimilate a mountains of data about the wildlife and the environment, the geographically for the area, and the other factors to create the models of the area. The goal is to identify the aspects that can protect it with the least effect on the human populations. So the wildlife corridors in the computer can also include in this wildlife corridor prospect. The next prospect is the global warming. As we people are know about it, that the global warming is that while the most people are doing deny, it is the occurring, it is a disagree on the causes and it's need the changes. But the computer science is helping to a frame and our understanding to a climate change. So many people believe that it is the natural phenomenon that occur the cycles. The others can see that man made the crisis and areas that many living creatures to go existent. The computer models are used, the computer models that help to demonstrate what the earth looked like a period of thousands of years can be show the change that are occurring. So after some crisis, after some global warming, what is the model? That model is used, how that model is look like? That model is designed by the computer science application. So that computer science application nowadays are mostly used to design the models, and it can be a use to data link iteration for the polar ice field to human interaction. According to the one article, that computer model can accurately predict the environment future as well. We all people are using the mobile phone. In that mobile phone, it is also mentioned that on the next day, what type of environment, what is the degree is there. So these all are the machine learning algorithm, that all the machine learning algorithm that is basically called as a temperature mapping application. That applications is made by the machine learning techniques and the artificial of intelligence. So these all are identifying and identifying using the computer science applications and with the data. So they identifying the pertinent data from the huge field of informations. And this is something that nearly impossible for people to do because of the time it will take, but computers can complete the process in the relatively in the short time. In the short time, computer can make very big decision. Computer is giving very big decision in very short time. That is the second prospect of computer science that involved in the environment. The second is the global warming. The next is agriculture. In the agriculture prospect, again the computer science is there. So the Environmental Protection Agency has used a computer for years to monitor and investigate the chemicals used in the earth, soils, and waters. So in fact, there's some EFA articles. That articles are used to what type of chemical is used in the earth, soils, and the water. And might be you aware about it that nowadays we want to save our soil. So for the same, there are many applications are available. That applications are also used to which chemicals are used. Even if I want to make this type of chemical, what are the some sub-chemicals are there? What are the sub-chemicals that are used? So for the same, according to EPA, that means the one agency, Environmental Protection Agency. The computational toxicology is an important component to regulating things like fertilizer and pesticides. So although some chemicals might be just safe by themselves, but the computer model can show that they might recommend under the soil level to form the toxins. So what is it? Basically, in the agriculture, if I want to make some chemical, again the computer science model is there. That model is used to how to make such a kind of chemicals. So the computer science is being used in things like storm restoration to understand how excess nitrogen levels or the presence of certain organisms can negatively impact on streams and restore them. And excess of nitrogen in a water supply can impact the human life. And because of the presence of high levels of nitrogen in the body restrict, we use the oxygen. So the computer model is using such a kind of chemicals, that if I combine such a kind of chemicals, what is my output? And that output is defined by the computer model. So this is the way that the computer models are including in the agriculture also. The next prospect is the different agencies. So that is a $10 word that for making it easier for agencies to work together. So computer can combine huge amount of data from the several sources, can make it a possible agencies will see overlaps and gaps in the era of conservation. They can also show the governmental and the private entities how they can best combine their efforts for biggest impact to a least economic stress. So there are many few ways in which computers are being used to protect our earth, and being environmental steward is easier time to the new technology and ability to develop in the computer science. So the computer science is also used in the different prospects of the environment. The next is, I have one video. I want to show that video to all of you, that how the
So, sorry to interrupt you, but your presentation has stopped.
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, I'm playing one video, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. So, dear participants, I have one video. That video is which technology is nowadays using in the computer science. So that small video is that I want to show to you. So hope my video screen is visible at your end. Yes? Can anyone acknowledge?
Yes, sir, we can see your video.
Conservationists are in a race against time to save endangered species. Dense forests and underwater environments make tracking by sight difficult.
So nowadays, the underwater, what about the environment is there? For the same kind, some hardwares are available with the Internet of Things, technology. That hardware that we need to put under the water, and that hardware is observing each and everything underwater environment. That what are the environment is going on, what are the wildlife is there underwater, and what they are doing, and what they actually require. So that done by the Internet of Things technology in the computer science field.
They rely mostly on sounds and unique calls of certain species. This involves listening to hundreds.
So actually the environment wants some good sounds. It is rely on the sounds. If we need to provide, if we have the garden in our nearest home, if we have the garden that near to the home, we just to go there and to provide the sounds to the environment. It really helpful to our health also. Even it's helpful to the others also. So it sounds that we need to spray it. For that sound, one hardware is there. This is one hardware that displayed over here on your screen. So that hardware is providing the sounds to the environment.
Calls of certain species. This involves listening to hundreds of hours of sound recordings. The process is time-consuming and error-prone. Accenture is using the power of artificial intelligence to augment the efforts of conservationists from the Wildlife Conservation Society. Accenture Labs created a TensorFlow-based neural network solution that captures sounds of the jungle and converts it into spectral images.
So they have collected the sounds and original sound, natural sounds from the jungles, and they are working on that sounds using the geographical applications.
These spectral images are used to train a neural network model.
And if I want to train that all the sounds, okay, with neural network training, the neural network, that is the main technology. The technology is used to, I have the data in the data set. If I want to collect it, if I want to apply the morphological operation, right, then the neural network is mostly used.
The AI-based sound processing and prediction engine is then.
So that is the one hardware, the sound processing and prediction engine. That one hardware is used to, they are it provide the sounds to the environment and to predict what type of environment is going on, even underwater as well as in the jungles also.
Then able to process hours of recordings from the wild with multiple calls and ambient sounds to recognize sounds of specific species and tag them within minutes.
It specifies the sounds of specific fishes. There are many fishes are available under the water. So they have identified the different sounds of the animals also.
The solution greatly reduces the time and effort in tracking certain endangered species. This is technology and concept.
It is the combinations of technology plus conservations of our environment.
Innovation. Together, greater than ever.
So this small video of 1 minute gives many informations that the computer science is involved in the different areas of environment. Now, I go ahead with the PPT. So hope my screen is visible at your end. So now for the sustainability and sustainable development, in the 1987, UN report that our common future that raised serious concerns about the state of the planet and introduced the nations of sustainability and sustainable development. So it stated the urgency of policies for sustainable development, and for that development the computer science is there. So as you people seen that the global warming and biodiversity, with that again the computer science have in the computer technology, they have some different hardwares and the softwares. That software, basically the software are used for the collections of the data, right? If I collected the data, if I want to apply the data with the different technologies, I can do it, right? For the collections of the data, I need to collect the data. I want some hardware because the underwater, I want to provide some hardware to collect the sounds and to collect the data, right? So there are many, there are no major issues to raise our common future for which foreseeable trends are favorable. So this biomass of fish is estimated to be 1 by 10 of what was 50 years ago, and it's dwindling. How we can observe? We can observe using some different hardwares. So that is all about the some major informations of the sustainability development and the environment. Now I go ahead with the applications, ICT applications. That ICT applications is used in the conservation. So the first one is basic data collection. Hope my word file is visible at your end. So actually I have the 18-19 applications I want to discuss with you, that how that applications is useful to your research. When you people are doing the research with this in the field of, in the domain of environment, then how it is useful? Because for the collections of data, for the observations of data, and for the collections of data, each and every researcher want applications. So the first one is for the basic data collection. So for the basic data collections, what software is there? That software name called the personal digital assistant. That is the one hardware. Personal digital assistant, that means our laptops and the computer. So ICT have many users in the field of data collections. Either they are from the laptop computer, either they are for the palm top computers or the PDS. So the cyber attackers allow non-ICT literate users to accurately log records wildlife data using specially designed icon-driven system. That is the one system. That system name is the icon-driven system. So it is the one handheld device that allow ranges and the animal tracker to record what they see at every moment. The device will then plot maps showing exactly where the observations were made using GPS. Right? So if you are working, or if you are doing the research on the animals, even the animals tracker, at the same time, this icon-driven system is there. The icon-driven system, that is a handheld device. That handheld device is used to track all the animals, even the record, what see and what is the movement based on the movement of the animal as well as the movement of the device. And it also shows the maps. It's also through the location that where the animal is there, where animal is located. So that also display the one map. Display in the map. That is in the map, the GPS kind of system is available. That is first applications for the basics of data collection. Now the second application is creating a database for enriched spices. So the ICT is also being used to build up the databases and catalogs of the wide range of spices. So a database of critically endangered and vulnerable rare spices can be created. So that is the one digital tool. The digital tool is providing the instant messages, text messages, blogs and videos and social networking sites. And they're expensive, easy to use, and enable people to upload pictures, videos and views about the wildlife, which can help just a
Dr. Mehta, have you muted yourself? We cannot hear you. I think you're muted yourself.
sorry for the inconvenience. So the second one is so the second one is creating a database for the endangered spices. So with this, the enable people to upload the pictures, videos and views about the wildlife, which can help to increase the database on wildlife, as well as the identifications of animals from the existing databases. So that is basically used to make a database. This third application is tracking and monitoring wildlife. The tracking and monitoring wildlife that is based on the GIS system geographical information system. So that GIS system is basically done with the satellite and radio tracking, is widely used in the popular technology nowadays in the conservation world. So the advances in the technology, different size and the weight and the collars to increase the battery life, incorporations of solar cells has meant that tracking and the monitoring capability is being extended, include the smaller pieces as well. So further advances means the environmental data can also be collected, such as the air temperature and for marine animals. So depending on such a type of system, that system is basically used to tracking and monitoring the technologies that enabling monitoring the animal movement over the vast distance. So this type of devices to tracking and monitoring the wildlife in the jungles. So through the ability to locate the specific animals, a group of animals monitor their movement over the period of time. So the conservationists are able to draw the conclusions of various parameters related to their behavior. So that is the third application. The fourth application is estimation of population and size composition. So demography of the species, that most powerful tool to accessing the the status. So for the same, the GIS based application and satellite tracking that help in the quantifications and the monitoring the species. So the FIT is the effective conjuring and monitoring tool. The tool is basically used to estimating the size and the populations, size populations and the compositions of estimations to identifying and monitoring the method. That method, this application is used by the rhino in South Africa, even the Indian Bengal tiger. The next application is home range determination. So the locations of each animals are used to calculate the home range size. But nowadays, in each and every villages are there in the world, but that villages are near to the jungle. So maybe it is, maybe the animal come into the village. So for the same, the one application is their home range detection. So the locations of each animals are used to calculate the home range size, and which is recalculated each time the animal is relocated. So they generate the graphs, that graphs for the different ages and the individuals. Maybe it is compared to how much variations exist between the different groups and what number of relocations is the necessary to differentiate between the groups. With and they also identify the distance between the home and the animals, because in that applications, the locations, every time the location is updated when the animal is moved to one place to another place. That is all about the fifth application. The sixth application is habitat utilization studies. So the applications is radio telemetry can provide the detailed information about the animals and habitat, like the habitat preferences. You can search in the Play Store, but applications have each and every information about the different animals. So if you want to collect the data related to the animals, you can go ahead in the Play Store. The next one is the monitoring and migrational patterns of birds. So the birds show the very difference in their migrations. Some species take long journey with many top worker. So the habitats that are the critical in the conservation of migratory birds. So the data was used to determine the migration routes and stopovers in examining the habitat uses. The eighth applications is mortality and survival. So there again, the radio telemetry techniques are used to specify the mortality and factor, because the tagged animals can be located soon after the death and the agent of the mortality exited in the later time. The ninth application is long-term patterns for habitat use. For the same, the understand patterns of over time that may be related to the habitat changes and the human activity. So it's looked back over decades. This means to archive maps and photographs, field notes, is required in the field of numerous researchers. All the researchers are require old data. That old data, so for example, the pattern of the legs of lion, patterns of the legs of the tiger. So many of the researchers are also doing the research on that all the patterns of wildlife. So that application is basically used to identify the patterns. The next one is the group ranging pattern. Using the GPS group, the movement animals logged from the different ranging pattern of the species can be established. So GPS application is mostly used in the wildlife. The national park management and the planning. One application actually that is it's provide the one game in the Play Store. That game is used to make a plan and the planning and the management of the national park. That how it is look like with their foods also. So that is the one applications to planning and the management of the national park. Evaluating populations of dispersal. So it is the highly valued measurement of conservations of biologists because it can indicate the periods at which the species had it trouble. So overall, 4 out of the 9 males traveled west of international deadlines. All the tracked female ventured into the western North Pacific. So this data is suggested for the male and the female birds when I segregate the area. So this application is basically used which environment is used for which environment is suitable for which bird and which environment is suitable for which animal they provide this kind of information to the researcher. The next one is evaluating the distribution. So using the GIS, geographical interface, this can help to making the multiple nations accountable for their conservation. So world largest attributes that critically endangered. So with this, in the Japan, even the United States, that they all are using such a kind of applications. That application is graphically highlights all the fisheries and the countries with their responsibility of their what type of animals are there and what type of birds are there. The next one is assessment and predictions of human-wildlife conflict. Identifications of farm breed and the wildcraft specimens. So the major problem facing the conservation is to promote and controlling the farming and breedings. So in the scale of the branch-bred crocodiles, so in the Southeast Asia, able to identify the individual taken from the wild stock. Wild stock, that is one application. That applications are used in the different, it's used by the different countries. The next one is commonly led conservation initiatives. So the ICT is providing the rangers to measure the communications along them, the contact their base station, each other, and monitor trades, wildlife signs to deforations and alert communities. Alert communities. So if I install this type of hardware in the villages or in the cities, so if dangerous animals come from the jungle near to the village and city, it's provide the alert to each and every person that persons are enrolled with that application. So the alert application is also there. And it is used by the many countries and many villages also. The next one is the fundraising, the social media, that we all are using the social media applications. So the social media has the fundraising for the wildlife conservation and to provide the forums to wildlife lovers to discuss wildlife conservation and the help to fundraising through online TV. The next one is the prevention of wildlife trafficking. So with this, the ICT applications are using the data gathered to the national data compilation analysis, and analysis is basically used with the monitoring all the wildlife and conduct the comprehensive analysis of possible measures to related to protections and the monitoring of wildlife to identify the technical assistance. So these all are the 18 applications of computer science. That 18 applications of computer science are used in the era of wildlife. So these all are the applications, 19 applications. Again, I go ahead with the PPTs. So the computer scientist should play key role in the increasing the efficiency and effectiveness to weigh and relocate our natural resources while enriching and transforming the computer science. So the vision of all the computer science people is to save our environment also. So for saving the environment, again, the computer science is there. So the first research goal is establish a new fields with the computational sustainability. The computational thinking into sustainability that will also provide the new insights to a sustainable questions, new challenges and new methodologies in the computer science. And we will create the Institute of Computational Sustainability to perform and to foster research in the computational sustainability and to establish the vibrant research community reaching far beyond the participating members for this extension. The sustainability themes. So what are the themes are there? First one is the wildlife corridor that I already explained, that the wildlife corridors nowadays with the computer science mostly are used for the conservations and for the biodiversity. Second one is balancing the socio-economic demands and the environment for the policies for harvesting the renewable resources, the renewable energy, the biofuels, even the solar system. We all are using the solar system. That is the one hardware. That hardware are using the Internet of Things technology of computers. That Internet of Things technology of computer science, they are also using such a kind of themes. For the computational challenges, it is for the biological area and allowing the animal seeds, the pollen movement between the areas are typically low budgets and the implement corridors. So for the computational problem, here I created one graph. That graph have the connected subgraph problems. So the G with the set of reserves and the subgraph of G that contains the reserves and connected, low cost given the give budget as well as the maximum utility. When I put it the additional labels with the data modeling, it is the highly sophisticated environments and multiple spices, also hundreds and the thousands with the interactions with the different IoT devices, the different models of land acquisitions typically over the different time of period. So a dynamical model, the dynamic model is also used with the computer science. So that is, see, all are the images. That images is done with the computer science applications. And it is basically used to collective the inference in the Markov models. It is joint and public-private management, even the conservation funds, even the birds and the animals in the jungles. So we can create such a kind of model and it is useful for the environment. The next one is the Energy Dependencies and Security Act. With this, the IRP, that is the one also model. That model is designed by the one of the application of computer science. The current approaches and the limited in scope and the complexity. Example, based on the general equilibrium model, the strong convexity and assumptions, we keep the model simple enough. So the transformative research directions, more realistic computational models that which meaningful solutions can be computed. So large scale data and beyond state of art CS techniques, computer science techniques. So the study of dynamics and reaching any of the prospects that key adaptive policy making. With this approach, all the three models, heavily tails computational, then phase transition computation, and smaller world phenomena. All the three models are created in the computer science applications, and that is related to the computer science and their environment. The next is design of policies to manage the natural resources to translating into the large-scale optimization and learning problem. With the increasing of level of complexity, we need to first the constraints of satisfaction, data and uncertainty, dynamics, and distributed highly interconnected components as agents. If I have all the four prospects, it is very easily to compute the environment, or it is very easily to compute the models, science of computation. The next is to constraints and the reasoning, the optimization. For the research economics and environment, the dynamical models and the data machine learning techniques are also used to provide the large scale data with the uncertainty, the statistical modeling, machine learning, even the assumption techniques are also used for the same. This is all the teams are working in the computational sustainability. Project management and collaboration. There are many projects that done with the environment. The applications and synthesis of felicitator. The computational themes, the science and the computational conservation with the biodiversity, that is also done. The disseminations, outreach and diversity, that is also done. So this is a small graph. That small graph is described applications for the facilitator. The knowledge transfer and education, with these there are many web portals that are already developed on the Google. The catalogs of the problem, the panels, tutorials, major conferences, annual symposium, and post-visiting scientists. For the outreach, the Citizen Science Project Conservation Funds, even the Cornell Center for the Sustainable Future. For the education, doctoral students, honor projects, research seminar series, even the ISTTPs. For the research, coordinating transformative synthesis and interdisciplinary research project. So that is all done with ICS communication, that is a computer science. So in the education and the outreach, the computational sustainability is significantly broadened in the field of computer science to attract the new generations of the students. And with this, one of the team is developed one project that I want to show to you at the last. So what is the value added as an expedition? The fundamentally new intellectual territory for computer science, unique societal benefits for the recruiting the new groups to the computer science. They are providing the good environment and in the wildlife. The establishing the field of computational sustainability to critical mass and the visibility. The research proposal that is the cross-disciplinary to provide to save our environment. So at last, I want to show one project. That project is basically used to save the environment and to save the wildlife. So here again, I am sharing one last video to show the one project that my students done to save the environment. So hope my video screen is visible at your end.
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
There
So that is the one Android controlled wildlife observations robot project. So that is the one Android application is also developed, and one hardware is also developed to observations of wildlife.
And robot project. So for wildlife filming or photography, the user needs to go get close to the wild animals. He needs to get at a close range for filming them closely in their environment. And for this purpose, the user needs to stand at a safe distance from those wild animals, but the filming needs to be at a close distance. So for that purpose, this robot has a panning camera and can be controlled wirelessly through an Android device easily, so that user can stand at a safe distance and can also film them as and when desired. So for this purpose, we also have a panning camera here. The camera can be rotated on a 180-degree scale for recording as desired. Suppose the animal is moving, then the user can rotate the camera easily and record the movement or footage as desired. So this system has a 805 family microcontroller and Bluetooth modem for this purpose. So this innovative system is a spy robot that can be easily controlled wirelessly.
So that is the one sensor, and the sensor is sensed with the one with devices. The device that I need to use with the application. So if I want to move left to right, it is working left to right. If I click on up, see, this is working. So it is, if I click on the back, again it is moving back side, in the right side and the left side also. And this project is developed by Nivon Projects with my students team, and it is the moving the camera. To observe our wildlife in the jungle. So now that is the real-time demonstration, the demonstration that we have done in our office. That is the PC that is displayed in our system or in our application also. Now it is moving in the jungle. It is right now it is moving in the office. It is observed each and everything using the computer science technology. The camera is moving at 380 angles, and in the application we can easily see that what the wildlife is doing, what the animals are doing. And one speaker is also there, the voice sensor. The voice sensor is sensing the voice of the animals. So we can easily listen in the application the voice of the animal also. So if I want to save all the records, I want to save it. And it is done with the one server. So if it is night, if the light is not there, also it is displayed each and everything. See, now the light is not there, but still it is moving, and whatever it is that I able to see in my application. So that is the one project. This project is developed by one of the team of my student to provide to observation of the wildlife in the jungles. Even We can also develop such a kind of devices for the underwater also. That in the underwater, what is the wildlife is going on, right? What are the animals are there underwater and what they are doing. If we want to check the voice of that animals, we can easily develop such a kind of projects, and it is very useful to the society also. And it is useful. It is actually it is saved our environment, right? So that is the project. And one more thing, for such a kind of good projects, the government is also giving the some grant. Some grants are also giving funding grants. The funding grants are also giving to develop such a kind of project. Actually, for this project, we can receive the 1 lakh rupees from the SSIP GTU. So this is all about the today's presentation for the saving environment, and for the environment, for the wildlife. The computer science is there. So that is all about from my side. Thank you all. Hope you people enjoyed the session, and
Very much. Very much.
at least
Any questions?
yeah, at least all participants can receive such a good knowledge about that in the computer. You can also do the research with the computer science and the environment and the wildlife.
Any questions, please? Any? What is the? Some Dr. Mehta, someone has asked, what is the range of the control to
Yeah,
move this
what is the
device?
range to control it? Yeah,
Yeah.
for the devices. The range is not fixed. It actually it is connected with the application and the mobile phone. So if the range is if the
This
hardware
is
is
the
too
name
far,
of the project.
if the range is too far, it is also working. And the question is raised by the Dr.
The
Sharda
name of
Prasad.
the project, no?
Yeah.
Someone has asked,
Yeah,
what is the name of the
name,
project?
yeah, the name of the project is the observations of wildlife using the controlling system. That is the name of the project.
Dr. Mehta, you can see so many compliments you are having in the chat box. I'm continuously seeing it and I'm so happy. I can't tell you. People have really, my delegates have really enjoyed. They are from 32 countries and different languages and all, but they're very happy to hear you. So, dear Dr. Mehta, let me congratulate you for the amazing topic you have chosen. When in the morning you called me and you said, I'm going to connect computer science with biodiversity, after talking to you, I was wondering, like, how he's going to do that?
Yeah,
So
actually,
I left
ma'am.
it. I left it and I said, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, ma'am, my basic research objective is to provide ob my objective of the research is to provide at least good things to the society,
Right.
and it can help to the society. But nowadays, what happened, ma'am, for the environment, saving the environment, it is actually it is very difficult. But
Right.
using as a I'm IT people, so as a
Mhm.
IT people, what I can do to save the environment, to save the wildlife, to save the animals, to save the birds, even the animals are there in the underwater. I want to save it. So for this reason, I can develop this project. I develop this project, ma'am, to
And,
observation, to
right.
observe each and everything, what they are doing and what they want. So
Right.
actually based on that activity of animal, at least we can do something to the wildlife.
Yes. And the project done by your students, the one you are talking about, which also have a night vision, that is so amazing, and everyone is spellbound with that.
Yeah,
That is
yeah, ma'am.
amazing. That Android controls and everything. It was very, very nice. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving up on your valuable time to talk in ISTTP 1. It was quite apparent that every single person, including me here, was engrossed in your talk. And trust me, there's so much more to learn from you. We all are from life sciences, right? We are
Yeah.
not engineers, but we all understand because we are coming from science. We understand the value of technology. Like I work on gas liquid chromatograph equipped with a mass spectrophotometer. So technology plays a very important role in the life of every scientist. But the way you have connected technology with biodiversity is amazing. And there's so much more to learn from your knowledge and experience. It was treat hearing you. Thank you so much. And I really hope next time, whenever we are going to call, you'll come and join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all participants.
Now with this, we have come to the end of the 6th day of ISTTP 1. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers who are very learned and knowledgeable scientists of their field, and they have spared their valuable time to be with us here in this training program. I would like to tell the speakers that we, the organizers and the participants, are very happy and delighted to have you here. And I really hope that you also had a wonderful time like us. The feedback form will be circulated in the WhatsApp groups and the Telegram groups, and it will be open till 12 am today. I would request all the participants to kindly fill the feedback form, as your critical views are very important for us so that we can further improve on our training. Now, this is Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary of the ISTTP1. Along with my team is signing off from the campus of RRC Alwar. We will see you tomorrow, which is the last day. And we are starting the session a bit late. We will be starting around 12:30 Indian Standard Time with new speakers and a bucket full of knowledge. So stay tuned. Have the wonderful rest of the day ahead. You are beautiful people. You are wonderful people. See you soon. Bye.